Hello, fellow mech warriors. Mage Leader here. Welcome to Project Wingman. At the moment, I'm just zooming around in my F-14 Tomcat. Just because. We'll hop into the game proper here in a second. We'll let some people filter in. But, you know, just recreating some Top Gun Maverick for the fun of it. We'll start off just getting the sound and picture set up and everything. Hopefully the stream goes okay. My internet's been acting up quite a bit lately, but it seems to have improved today for some reason, so I'm hoping that that allows me to stream okay. We'll give it a shot. First things first, let me just slide some windows over so I can see the chat and how many people are actually on at the same time. Okay, there we go. Just making sure we get everything set up properly before we dive straight in. So I have beaten this game numerous times. I've got a mostly completed save file. There's a lot of grinding to get the best planes in the game. But we're going to give it a shot at a brand new run. I don't believe the game has multiple save files. If it doesn't, and it's going to like reset my progression, then I'm just going to go through the missions in free play mode one by one. The cutscenes still all play out the same, but it'll work. So let's go ahead and start that up. Alright. And we will hope. Go on normal. Generations ago, a global cataclysmic event scorched the world whole. Newly exposed and volatile material combined with an earth-shattering tectonic collapse, dismantling civilization whole. The world order was destroyed. History as we know it, changed forever. But from the ashes, a new era began. Hundreds of years have passed, and we're still flying the exact same planes. They still work somehow. Humanity is now in the time known as After Calamity. Excuse me. I'm going to be coughing a lot tonight. I apologize in advance. Coming off the heels of having something nasty, and there's still a little bit of it clinging on in the back of my throat. So I apologize. Going to be clearing my throat a lot as well. War is bad, but planes are rad. Yeah, exactly.
Place is just about to come to an end. And, well, thank God. I don't mind a tropical vacation every once in a while, but it's not very glamorous, considering we're here to work. Anyway, one last thing before the defense minister releases our...
I've often heard it said that saying you play these sorts of games for the story is like saying you read Playboy for the articles. You're lying and your girlfriend knows it. That definitely applies to Project Wingman and Ace Combat.
According to surveillance data, we have determined that they are the culprit of the recent high-profile hijacking of the Federation-registered cargo ship Lynx.
Ooh, they stole the boat.
Supposedly carrying volatile cargo belonging to the Federation's Department of Global Energy and Sustainability Office. Nothing specific from the Federation contact about the cargo. However, our orders are to retrieve it if possible, or to neutralize it if we can. Attempts to negotiate for it have turned up with nothing, so we're going in. Hitman team, you are to approach the island from the south, along with support and establish control over the area. Your objective is to eliminate any surrounding...
Get the boat. It is imperative that you get the boat. Yes, I have seen Maxor's video on Project Wingman.
Once Ronin lands, Maintain air superiority until the next stage of the
I bought this game right when it came out. Like,
Be aware that the Burlocks have
I have a massive love for these sorts of games.
could be a factor.
Normally, we'd stay out of contact with any Federation-adjacent taskings. But this is the last thing we need to do for a Kurt contract, so I'll let it slide. 2 birds with 1 stone. Easy enough, right?
Get the boat.
Now get to work. Dismissed.
Alright. We'll hop right in. And we'll get to work. Okay. Oh, cool. I've got all my planes. Okay, so I'm not going to, like, choose the super overpowered stuff for these missions. We'll go with the basic. I'll try to stick to, like, some semblance of the progression system. I'll start out with the basic MiG-21. You can beat the whole game in the MiG-21. It's actually pretty fun. Maybe I'll do that. Do like a challenge run. We'll see as we go. Bought Ace Combat 4 after seeing a video on it and never looked back. Yeah, Ace Combat 4 is really good. I actually played through that fairly recently. I got my PlayStation 2 working again. I had to replace the laser in it. It works like a charm now. And I have the Ace Combat trilogy for the PS2. I popped in Ace Combat 4, and I gotta tell you, that game is still pretty fun. Not perfect, but it's still really good. I do think that 5 and 0 were better games overall, but Ace Combat 4 was definitely a good one. Alright. Get the buoy. Woo! The MiG-21 is actually a really cool aircraft. It's the AK-47 of fighter jets. It's everywhere, used by everyone. I think there's one military in like South America that still operates them. I'm not entirely sure on that front, but I heard that there's like one more holdout, like some poor second world country somewhere that's still using the MiG-21 for its air force. Which is not ideal, but like it's not like you can't shoot down planes with a MiG-21 anymore. It's a lot harder, and you're probably going to get shot down yourself, but it is possible. Alright. You would not believe what a joke this is, like the multi-lock air-to-ground missiles. Which is like this game's equivalent to Maverick missiles. Yes, there is a type of missile called the Maverick. I believe it's the AGM-65? Alright. That... Also, in my opinion, this game is better than Ace Combat 7. Because this game has realized that the enemies should be your enemies and not an arbitrary fucking clock up in the corner of your screen. Which instantly makes it better. No time limits, thank God. And like the older Ace Combat games had the time limits, but they weren't very strict, really, for the most part. It was just kind of to keep you on task. Ace Combat 7 got super strict with the time limits. Like, you needed to be perfect a lot of the time. Like, there are some missions on Ace Combat 7 that I still struggle with, even having played it a ton. But you don't have any of that stress here in Project Wingman. You just go and do the missions. Alright. Little Immelman on this guy. The MiG-21 in this game is actually surprisingly nimble. Alright, these are helicopters, I think. No, they're not. What are these? I'm kind of getting close to one. They're like shooting guns out the back. Are these like bombers? Oh, I was trying to see that, dude. I didn't get a good look. It looked almost like a float plane with like a tail gunner or something. I hate to be that guy. I don't know about Ace Combat 7 being better value because you got more. I think you got more modes in Project Wingman. You have that that conquest mode. Well, that little mode is actually really nice, and like the multiplayer in Ace Combat 7 is terrible. Alright, let's hit it with a Fox 1. Nice try, buddy boy. I still got you locked up. Alright. F-15s and stuff. Now, if the game was realistic, this would be a very one-sided fight. However, this game is not realistic. It is Project Wingman. Because there are some times where realism is lame. That'll get him. Yeah, I saw those flares. Those aren't gonna help you. Whoa! Slow down. It's an F4. Two planes that actually did cross paths in real life, the F4 and the MiG-21. Quite a bit over Vietnam. It was back in the early days of radar combat, and guided missiles. So, what the MiG-21 has a very poor radar on it. It's really only intended for short-range stuff. So what the pilots would do, they would rely on ground radar to find the enemy. They'd like fly low, blend in with surface clutter so that they were harder to pick up, and visually acquire their targets. Or they'd get fed their information from ground radar, and they'd sneak up behind the enemy and like just fly like formation with them, then switch on the radar, lock them up, and shoot before they had a chance to react. Because like the MiG-21 isn't a very good dogfighter. It's kind of a one-turn fighter. So like with the MiG-21, you get one really good turn out of it, and then it bleeds speed and then can't accelerate good enough to get back up. So it's not a great turn fighter. It was intended as a high-speed interceptor, not a dogfighter. So it's not the best for tangling with something like an F4. Though the F4 is not particularly great at dogfighting either. It was kind of the age of the interceptor. Sweet. But yeah, the idea was to blow your enemy out of the sky before you got engaged in a dogfight in the MiG-21, and that was how they would do it. You bum. Yeah, you bum. Whee! I might play through the game in the Tomcat or like the F4. Something with a backseat, because you get a Wizzo. So oh god, this voice acting is awful. Yeah, Jason, the MiG-21 is a good single-turn fighter, but it can't really sustain a turn. You get one really, really good turn out of it, and it's a whale of its first turn that you get. But if you can't capitalize on that first turn, you're kind of screwed. So in a sustained turning fight, most other planes will outrate it. Re-recording the lines. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, it's very amateur, but it's still really cool. The fact that it was one guy that made it is really fucking awesome. I love when people do that, especially when the game turns out to be so much fun. Yeah, I think I'll fly the Tomcat. Not just because it's my favorite plane, though it is, but also because you have a Rio, who's an actual character.
I looked a little into the Cascadian situation, and I believe we'll make a little something of ourselves there.
Alright, we're gonna go work in Cascadia. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, the composer that they got, he was like just like a SoundCloud guy or like a YouTube guy, just making neat little tunes. And they picked him up, and he just made like one of the best gaming soundtracks I have ever fucking seen.
Takeover of Cascadia's resources for years, as far as I remember, and it seems the Cascadians weren't going to take it lying down, based on what info has been leaked out. For those of you who don't know, Cascadia is a nation along North America's western seaboard, one of the largest on Earth, and one of the most prosperous due to its abundant
We didn't get a whole lot of the great soundtrack in that last mission, but
Never been, but I hear it's beautiful.
it's fucking great.
Country with limitless energy at its fingertips. I know some of us who were born out here in the periphery can't even imagine it, but I'm sure this hits closer to home for some of you. Moving along. There's a communications blackout both in and out of the country. And as far as the international news goes, nothing is going on except a few riots. Based on the mercenary networks, however, that is complete lie. A full-blown conflict is proceeding. We've reached out and were given a rendezvous by a Cascadian group called the Independence Force, the main anti-Federation group recognized by the national government. I presume the Federation has the borders on lockdown to stop people like us from coming in, so stay on our toes. If we get found out by a patrol, we'll send one of our flights off to take care of it.
Yeah, so yeah, in order to get in and accept the contract, we have to fight our way into the territory. Fucking baller, dude.
Expect any heavy resistance given our route of ingress. However, each of our fighter groups will be pulling shifts to preserve fuel and ammo.
Alright, yeah, I get the gist of it. Yeah, not only Zombie Joe, not only did they decide to make their own Ace Combat game, they made it better than Ace Combat. This game is straight up better than Ace Combat 7. Full stop. Alright, we'll take the F-14. I can just strap tons of MLAAs onto it, which is kind of the thing. But, like, it makes the game too easy if you do that. Like, you can just spam the hell out of them. So, like, I'll put them on, but I'm not gonna use them, really. I'm gonna limit myself on using them just because it's so much. The game is ridiculously easy if you spam those. Yeah, and just to be clear, I like Ace Combat 7. I think it's a good game. But I think it's got some issues. I don't think it's as good as the older Ace Combat games were. And I think this is a better game overall. Alright, we're getting intercepted. So we're going to break formation and go off and engage the enemy. Oh yeah, I can see him conning over there. You can see the contrails. Oh, we're getting intercepted from 3 directions. I imagine like the guy inside the cockpit with his RWR going absolutely nuts. Woo! That guy came right at me. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know there was a chase cam. That's actually really cool. Whoa, we got a missile. Whoa. The missiles go past. The way you evade missiles is also better than how Ace Combat does it. Your SA overall is a lot better. Like, I feel a lot more in control of the situation in this game. And it's not that it's even easier, per se. It's just designed a little better. And it's subtle things. Like, it's not a huge difference, but it's different enough. Alright, let's get this guy. And get a guns kill. Oh no, he turned his tail on me. Bad idea, buddy. We got him. Whoa! That guy tried to go guns on me. Sucks that my aim 9s are forward and rear aspect. Not side aspect for some reason. Because they're not all aspect, they're front and back. Yeah, I figured he'd dive. And just drop it on his 6. Come on. That should get him. That got him, yep. He's done. I don't think that'll get him. No, I got him. Okay. The AI will punish you for flying in straight lines, so you do gotta be careful about that. Well, the other cool things, a lot of the planes have an AOA limiter that you can put onto it that lets you do all kinds of crazy maneuvers. The Tomcat isn't one of them, but... There we go. Got him. Alright. He turned tail, but he's going to turn and evade those, but I can drop in on him. You can use your missiles to kind of like control the direction that they go, which makes it easier to get behind them. Yeah, when you see him lit up like that, you're not going to be able to get one on him. You just kind of wait for him to level off. Or just bring your guns up and finish him that way. You can take your time and really kind of get a feel for the combat, because you're not up against the clock. It's all about mastering the dogfight. Like that. Just getting that perfect shot lined up. Yeah, that's a miss. Alright. We'll get him. Nope, he turned tail. Got him. Alright. Oh, got some more. Alright, now I'm going to demonstrate the overpowered nature of MLAAs. Which are basically this game's equivalent of the AIM-54. Which was a beast of a missile back in the day. Let's wait for him to get some more locks. Right, there we go. Yeah, got a couple. Got the guys that were way out. That's a hit, yep. Didn't quite have enough to get him with both missiles, but We'll drop in on him and finish him off. There we go. But the AI does use some pack tactics. Like, they'll let you take the bait on one and then drop in and chase you. So they don't just blindly fly around and wait for you to kill them. They actively use some smart tactics to try and get you. What they don't account for is the fact that G-forces are my bitch. Yeah, that was a little too close, I knew it. Wasn't gonna hit him. There we go. If you enjoyed Top Gun Maverick, I would definitely recommend giving this game a shot. It feels how that game... it feels how that movie does to watch. Woohoo! Yeah, he's coming in. Yep, head on. We go vertical, get into a turn fight with him. Got him. Switch over. One of the other cool things about this game is, as opposed to Ace Combat 7, Ace Combat 7 is like, yes, this airship is an entire boss, and this game is like, yeah, that's just a regular enemy. That's fucking awesome. Enjoy! And that is why MLAAs are overpowered. And I have the ability to carry like 120 of them or something on this plane. Like, I can spam the hell out of them. Su-27 is history. Okay, let him over me, and then roll up onto him. It's probably going to miss. Yeah, he's pulling up. There we go. And then I can just do that on those airships. Gee. Whoa! Sea-Wiz is no joke. There we go, got it. These particular models are annoying because they have that ledge on the back that, like, gets in the way of your missiles trying to take out the stuff on the wings. There we go.
What the Federation is doing in Cascadia? Why the hell do you think I know? Hey, we've got a contact. To approaching unidentified aircraft.
Su-27 is getting a huge nerf in the next Ace Combat 7 update.
By midnight flight. Confirmed. Welcome to Cascadia, Squadron.
Has Prez told you that the missile knows where it is by knowing where it isn't? No, she hasn't. Can I bump into my buddy? Oh, I was going to try and bump into him. Oh, we're landing. This is probably the most laughable part of these games, is how landing works. Like, it ain't even close. Should probably have the gear down. Am I gonna nuke that one country 7 times? No. I don't think you don't nuke any countries yourself. It's King Crimson who does that. There we go. I can assure you that in DCS World, landing a Tomcat is a lot harder than that. The Tomcat is a very big plane, and it does not like to stop.
Able to rendezvous with our contact and refuel for the mission ahead. You'll be heading back out within the hour, so stay on your toes, or else your time in Cascadia will be short-lived.
Hello, Sicario. I'm Captain Griffiths, otherwise known as Stardust.
Ooh, Stardust.
I'll be your point of contact with Cascadian Independence.
Isn't that one critter from Has-Been Hotel?
I'm working with you. We're pressed for time, so listen up.
No, that's Angel Dust.
Cascadia's
I don't know if I can remember.
Our natural bounty has always gone to support the world. For the last few decades, we have
Do I want to hear a fun fact? Sure. Sure, Finn. Go ahead. Let's hear a fun fact.
structure to the less fortunate internationally. The Federation, however, in recent years has used the resources we provided to forcefully expand by conquest and military strength. We could not let our cordium or geothermal deposits fuel this war machine. Cascadia as a nation sought independence from the Federation outright in order to prevent the Federation from imperially expanding further. Unfortunately, they turned against us.
Oh no.
They have seen fit to
Who
unify
could have seen that coming?
Cascadian infrastructure as a whole. When we resisted, they turned the country
We're
inside
against the U.S. federal government
We
in this game.
refuse to let that stand. So, here's the plan for you mercenaries right now.
In northern Cascadia, Rosedower AFB was a joint base used by both the Cascadia
Yes.
and the Federation. When hostilities took off, however,
Room Escape Helper. I have seen Has-Been. I saw the pilot of it back when it came out.
take back the base.
It was kind of funny.
Hitman team will lead aerial operations.
Sorry to hear about your grandfather, Finn.
Circus, our transport aircraft carrying Sicario's
God rest his soul, I guess. I
vector in and
don't really know what to say.
to secure
Damn, dude.
Take care not to damage the facilities too much during the attack. Sicario and other mercenary elements.
Survived a metal ball to the head. I mean, so have I.
I'm sure you want to operate from an actual
But
base.
probably under different circumstances.
So let's get rolling.
Alright, let's go blow some stuff up. Alright, let's see. Oh, I can take... I can take the Vigan. Oh, it carries M-Lags. Oh, I need to do this. We'll take standard missiles, M-Lags. I love the Vigan. The Vigan is my favorite plane to fly in DCS World. Just the way this plane handles in the air in DCS feels so natural to me. I just love it. I don't actually like the F-15 very much. There's nothing wrong with the F-15, I just don't like the way the thing looks. Yeah, the Vigan is really cool. It's not a fighter, really. It has like an interceptor variant, but it's more of an attack aircraft. Obviously, my favorite fighter jet is the F-14. Shoot some Mavericks.
Not doing so bad today. For being the rest of the litter.
Round 10 never disappoints, that's for sure. All airborne, prepare for a hot drop.
Get that LCS out of there. Well, the LCS takes 2 hits to bring down. Alright. Oh, it's so hilarious that they included littoral combat ships in this game.
Missile is on the way.
That is funny.
Knocked out.
If you've been following anything about how the US Navy is currently going about things, you know why that's hilarious.
And you know what they say about heroes, redneck?
Not now, Deb. Not now.
God, this music's good.
Radar lock, take him down.
Alright, let's slow down. There we go. I gotta... Yep.
One, missile tracking, evade. Stacked up. Cleared for guns.
There we go. One of the other neat things about the Viggen is how quick it can go. The real thing, that is.
Missile is tracking.
In this game, it's very slow.
Target down.
Like, you use that thing as something like DCS down on the ground, you can outrun basically anything. The Russians built a torpedo bomber variant of the MiG-21. Yeah, they built an everything variant of the MiG-21. That plane has been used for everything. Oh, there's a funny thing. They got a gun on the Viggen. The Viggen does not have a gun. It needs gun pods mounted on the wings in order to shoot like that. But it does not have internal guns. So that is one detail that is incorrect, but, I mean, it's Project Wingman. Alright, let's take out a cruiser. Why are you closing the bulkheads when... Are they saying that there's a list? Is that what they mean by that? We're off center. Close the bulkheads. They must mean that they're, like, listing or something. That should get him. Nope, he pulled out of it. There we go. Whoa! Almost collided with that guy.
Stacked up.
This is probably not going to be the most interesting aircraft to watch. It's kind of lumbering in this game. If I had the real thing, it'd be much more interesting. Let's redirect this guy. What's real fun, you're playing Ace Combat 4 and the enemies get stuck in the ground. That happens a lot in that game, I noticed. Oh, you done screwed up now. Got him. Tried to go after my buddy. Alright. Man, there are a lot of targets. Holy crap. I may have grabbed the wrong plane for this mission. Let's actually hit this one. There we go. What is that? DV-204. I'm sorry, what? That's a what now? I don't remember that being there. Well, it's dead now, whatever it was. Whee!
Hitman 1, good zone.
Let's take out his airfield.
The hell are you talking about? They're taking all the time. This is sorties from the DC, so get the hell out and take that runway. Go. Let's take this damn airstrip. You know, I'm impressed with how many people stayed for this contract, boss. Especially since we're going up against the Federation.
Let me just casually shoot that guy in the taxiway.
This galaxy. The day of the film, a public story.
Woo!
I'm not in this for the party, remember? I'm here for history.
Well, the rest of us are here on binding contracts. So please, just don't get us killed, boss.
That's up to you. We don't have the firepower to take them on.
You dumb bitch.
Hitman 1, Fox 2. Knocked one out.
Dummy fired the missiles. You guys are not getting in the air. Oh, it sucks to be all of you. Oh, still not dead, huh? Oh yeah, there's our friendly tanks that parachuted in. You know, as you do.
Stacked up.
Yeah, that should finish him. There we go. The last target's way over there. Alright, that should hit him. There's technically behind cover, but yeah, they drop from above. Uh-oh.
Squadron, commencing intercept. Let's get these dogs off our rods.
Alright. Here we go. Rousedower. Crosstalk Squadron. Oh, they opened up. Alright. Let's get this fool. I have 323 missiles.
Fox 2.
And I'm gonna keep shooting until I figure out which one's yours. Just gonna spam the missiles. There's 2 down.
Stacked up.
3. Oh, nice try. Risky play. I let that guy get on my 6, but he's not after me. Oh, you bitch. Alright, well, so much for that.
Resistance is no factor.
You already got the job, Sicario. Who are you trying to impress?
What can we say, Stardust? You get what you pay for.
Awesome.
Ask our riflemen to reserve a nice hangar space for us. You know, in exchange for our...
It's actually a decently accurate Vigan cockpit for what this game is.
You should know that.
I mean, the dials are in the wrong spots, but you have the Maverick scope there.
Not like this.
That appears to be written in Swedish up there. And then that would normally be your RWR and radar display. That's a different kind of radar than what the Viggen actually has. Oh, they've even got the flight computer! They've even got the flight computer! That's cool! They actually tried. The missiles mount in the wrong spots, but that's okay. Those should be further outboard, but not a big deal. Oh, we're landing. At least he's actually got the landing gear out this time. The landing gear looked correct. You got those double wheels at the back. The Viggen has a really neat feature on it. It's called a reverser. There's essentially a lever in the cockpit, which isn't modeled, unfortunately. But you pull this lever, and it closes a door over like your rear exhaust, like your thruster in the back. And it redirects the thrust forward instead of backwards, so it actually lets you put the plane into reverse on the runway. So you use that when you're landing to slow it down quicker, so you can land on shorter runways. The Viggen was designed to take off and land on road bases, so it's got really beefy landing gear, and the reverser to help it slow down and to turn around on a dime, make it more maneuverable on the ground. It's actually really cool. Yes, I know Saab tried to sell the Viggen to the U.S. Air Force. They have often tried to sell their aircraft to other buyers. It has never gone well. Nobody wanted the Gripen either. Probably because the Typhoon is a better plane. That's kind of always been the case. Like, they make a decent aircraft, but then, like, the competition is just better than they are, and so nobody wants to buy them. But the thing, like, they're made specifically for Sweden and the unique situation that they have over there when it comes to airfields. And they're just not all that useful elsewhere.
The base didn't sustain too much damage, and there's room enough for everyone, even the other freelance members.
The Independence Force of Cascadia is now the collection of true Cascadia.
Saab sold Draken to Finland. Yeah, the Draken, they managed to have a decent amount of success with. That is a wacky plane. It's not in this game. It is in Ace Combat 5, I think. I would definitely look up the Draken.
But you've come to Cascadia to aid us. And for that, I can't complain.
So,
We'll pay you what you do, as long as you give us your best.
yeah, definitely like do a Google Images search of that plane, because it is wacky looking. That is a weird looking plane.
We're going by our TAC names for the duration of this contract.
An interesting
Regards to Sicario. However,
an interesting fact about the Viggen, from what I remember,
know how bounty hunters are if they haven't made.
if I'm remembering it correctly, the Viggen is the only aircraft to have successfully intercepted an SR-71 Blackbird. There was one time where one of them violated Swedish airspace, so they scrambled Viggens, and one of them managed to actually get missile lock on the SR-71. Didn't shoot, obviously, but just kind of to show that they could, they successfully intercepted an SR-71.
They came without mercy, eliminating more than 30% of our active forces. These last few weeks have been disastrous, and we're on the verge of capitulating into a full-blown guerrilla war. We'd like to avoid this, and because of that, Sicario will be deployed immediately to several of our units currently in need of support.
Hitman team, you will be deployed
All right.
to an agricultural area to the south. One of the Independence Force's surviving battalions has been driven there by a Federation offensive.
Alright, yeah. Blow stuff up. Got it. Nobody cares about the story. This is Project Wingman. When will you fly the Mech Buster? Not in this game. The closest thing to that, you're probably thinking about the A-10. The closest thing to that is the Su-25 Frogfoot, which I don't want to fly because I hate this thing. For this mission, I'll take the Tomcat again. You can take triple volley bombs. Make it an F-14B. The Bomb Cat, as it's affectionately known. There was a variant of the Tomcat that was designed for bombing. It was the F-14B. The F-14B is a really weird aircraft because it's got the same radar setup as an F-14A, but it has the engine upgrade of the F-14D. So you get this weird mix of old and new Tomcat with the F-14B. So you get better performance out of it, but you've still got the old AUG-9 radar, which is a very powerful radar, but it's not great. I'm doing all right, Jackson. How are you doing? How can we trust them? They are not trustworthy. Damn. I wasn't even close on that one. Nice try.
Sergeant Uni, take the rest of the men and fall back through the storehouses. That's an order.
Yeah, that'll do for that. You have to have a kind of a high angle in order to hit them with bombs. Yeah, there we go. We're getting somewhere now. Woo! That almost got me. I underestimated the speed of it. Oh, I forgot the tanks take multiple hits. Whoa! Alright. There we go. Got more aircraft in the AO now. Alright. Get this arty out of here. Got him. Alright, let's take some of these planes out. Woo! Oh, he turned his back. That'll teach him. Alright. He's coming for guns. Oh, I missed him. Got him. Beautiful. That's how it's done. Next stream, Choo Choo Charles. Oh no, the bees! These are helicopters. I should get those guys.
This is Silverback 1. We are Tiger for new tasking. Redirecting for area saturation in phase
Got him.
This is XU. We're coasting in. Lands. Battle stations. Ground target destroyed.
And maybe the Bombcat wasn't the best idea. I'm missing most of this, but that's okay. There we go.
Ordnance deployed.
lot of Su-37s around here. Alright, let's take them out. Oh, no, not... Those are Vigans. They have weird letter avoided copyright names. The SV-37 is the replacement for AJS-37.
Hardlock, let it fly. Light 'em up.
I'm mixing that up with the Su-27, which is also in this game. Boom! He's dead.
Missile is on the way.
Let's get these helicopters before they blow up our boys.
Hitman 1, Fox 2.
There we go.
Stacked
Get
up.
that air support. Some Su-25s. Ooh, missed that guy. There we go. Got a lot of ground targets over here still. The bomb's back out.
Ordnance away.
Enemy locking on! Break! Right on the money! We've got a lock!
Ground unit knocked out.
There we go. And drop in behind him. Shove another one up the tailpipe. Bye. Nice knowing you.
Monarch, you've got incoming.
Alright, I think that's all the ground targets. Oh, most of the ground targets. Yeah, there's still a couple more over here. Comm tower. Oh, we'll take care of that, that's for sure. Bombs away!
Hitman 1 locked on.
It's all lined up!
There we go. And we did it.
And its force elements.
Easy peasy.
Cease engagement. Federation is disengaging or no factor. Good God, we're alive.
I am playing with a controller, Aaron.
Think those mercs accept tips?
Stole an actual F-14. God, I wish. Yeah, just go to Iran and take one of the last remaining functional F-14s. It's one of the saddest things about this particular jet. There are no more flight-capable F-14s in the U.S. They were all scrapped. The only ones that are still in flying order are in Iran.
We're reporting similar successes.
Yes, Mission 11 is fucking great.
Monarch keeps racking up kills like that. We're gonna need a bigger offshore account. Us versus the Federation. Yep, that's what we're doing now.
Okay, guess I do that now.
Keep your nerves on you. Monarch seems to
What's next? Am I gonna start flying? Did you see that trailer for that game? I can't remember what game it's called. It was like, I'm using magic. I guess that's something I do now. I'm fighting frickin' dragons. That god-awful game trailer. Oh yeah, Giraffe. I've played this before. I have played the shit out of this game. I love it.
Good job, Hitman team. General Elizabeth reports your tactical support pretty much saved his men and a respectable amount of firepower for the Independence Force. Combined with the Sicario,
Look at these kills.
we've been brought back from the brink and have stabilized our territory. Being able
Forspoken.
to maintain
Yeah, that's the one.
formation
That's the one.
means we'll be able to wage this war the right
Yeah, I'm using magic. I guess I do that now. What's next? Am I gonna fly? God damn. God, I saw the ProZD video where he makes fun of that trailer.
mercenaries at all. But
Alright, so I'm in a place that's called like the Mushroom Kingdom, and I'm stomping on frickin' turtles. I throw fireballs. I guess I do that now.
Cascadia's capital is falling. This afternoon, the first fully fledged
Ah, you're painting your mechs. What mechs you painting?
come in from outside
Giraffe.
to reinforce their garrisons here. Among them,
Alright, I don't even know about the fucking lore. Who cares about the lore? Nobody cares about the lore. It's Project Wingman. Plane go fast. Alright, let's hop into the F-14 again, because it's the best plane. We'll go with... Fuck it, we'll just go MLAA spam, why not? Do a different color scheme. Yeah, get it with that blue. I like that blue. Seeing ProZD board games. I've seen a bunch of his videos on board games. My favorite one is when he's like, 2 can play at that game. 3 can play at that game. 4 can play at that game. And 5 can play at that game. This has been Raspy Knife Man Reviews. Thank you for checking out my channel. Alright, let's... Yeah, none of those are gonna hit, but that's okay. I can spam them. I've got over 100 fucking MLAAs. Because I'm a tomcat. Suck it, Viper. Inferior aircraft. Fuck you. Yeah, I said it. Fuck the Viper. Tomcat supremacy. This is like the first mission that really hits you with it, with the soundtrack. God, it is so fucking good. Listen to that music.
Missile is on the way.
I love how you shoot down so many fucking planes that are like centuries old relics. Just demolishing them. We get him? We got him! Yeah, baby! Whoa, almost pancaked. Fuck the Navy. I fly planes. I guess that's something I do now. What's the deal with airline food? Alright, come on, let's go.
Evacuated from the sector. Anyone out here should have no business being around. Free engagement.
Dope. I was right about to lock that guy up. Alright. Time to do some missile spam. There they go! Enjoy, fellas! Oh my god. That is so dirty. Come back here, Viper. I'm gonna put you in your place. You Air Force boys think you're so cool, huh? How you like that? How do you like getting outrated by a Tomcat? Fuck you, Viper. You have nothing. Alright. Hi yo-yo. Drop in on his tail. Oh, he's in a rolling scissors. Shouldn't have pulled out of the scissors, dude. Made yourself an easy target. Oh, wow. Nice evading. Unfortunately, I am on your 6 o'clock. Look at all the flares! Joke's on you, those are radar guided. Flares don't stop radar guided missiles. He's got a point. What kind of answer is that? That guy. Ah, he straightened out. Big mistake. Oh, we got a Viper. Kill the Viper. Kill the Viper. Got him. There's something incredibly satisfying about taking out the F-16 with this plane. I don't know what it is exactly. I think it's because Viper pilots are so fucking smug. The only thing more satisfying is doing it in a Hornet. Because the two planes competed for the Air Force at one point, and the F-16 went out. Good lord. Whoa! Ow, ow, ow. Got cooked on that one. Ah, miss. God damn it. It's tricky to get your shots lined up on these. Yeah, I got him that time. Oh, it's locked onto that thing over there. Sweet. Got him. Whoa, you see how close that missile got? Oh no! Oh, I almost crashed into him. Oh god, that will kill you in this game. Colliding with those. I cannot believe I evaded that. Come on, give me that lock. Alright, that guy's trying to go after our boys. Let's get him.
Spam rams out.
Spam rounds. I love it. Boom! Get fucked. FC-8. I think that's what they call the AV-8 Harrier in this game. No? No, that's a bigger, slower plane. Alright. Yeah! Got that guy. Got him. Alright. Who's next? Let's see. I think we got all the cruisers. It's just fighters left. Oh, you guys are screwed now. Look at that furball. Come on, give me that. Yeah. Send out two flights. Yep. Yep. And we did it. Tomcat, baby.
We've done all we can, Sicario. RTB to Rose Tower. It wasn't supposed to be like this.
Not like this. Yeah, we kicked ass, though. That was fucking great.
Thanks to you, casualties sustained during the retreat were minimized.
Look at all these fucking kills.
With our final units within Presidia, so we can only
28.
assume the worst. We just have
Oh
to
god.
remember their sacrifice.
Alright, so we have
During the evacuation,
33,
some of our most experienced
41, 49, 50, 52, 53 air-to-air kills.
After seeing what the Federation did to Presidia, we're at the brink right now.
53 air-to-air kills. Holy crap. That's insane.
The Federation's interest in Cascadia.
Oh, I fucking love this mission. I fucking love this mission.
Today as it was when we went into an association with them over half a century ago.
This one's great. This is where you fight Crimson Squadron for the first time. I'm not gonna run. No fucking way am I gonna run. No. Nah, dude. I'm gonna shoot one of them down. We'll get the Hornet. Get the Super Hornet. And some more standards. Why not? We'll need a lot of standards for this mission. A lot of standards. This one's going to take us a little bit to get through, because I didn't take any of the air-to-ground weapons. So, we're going Top Gun Maverick. Got the Super Hornet. Hell yeah, let's go. I do love me a good Hornet. Rippin' pepperoni.
Getting reports from power plants up and down Cascadia. Small flights of aircraft slipping past our front line and hitting the geothermal industry. Tell them for stretching the front line so far. The level slid through.
Oh, that guy's trying to be Scottish so bloody hard. But isn't it Scottish? It is crap.
According we're popping inside of them costs more than what they're paying us. It's harder to create than it is to destroy, Hitman 2.
Alright, pop up. And down we go. Let's attack some shit.
On rock, let it fly. Ground target destroyed.
Woo!
Heads up, QRF has arrived. Fast movers. Now it's a fight.
Copy. Let's make some scratch. Turn intercept.
Easy peasy.
Galaxy, status on the other Rants?
I apologize I'm not reading the chat as much, but this game does require some focus.
Squadron is pulled out after hitting their threshold. An assassin is still on station.
Should get Mrs. Mage to read chat for me or something.
Target down. Incoming missile. Chink. Start dropping the pressure on the conduits. If the jinx go off, we need to make sure we are cooking bombs.
Missed. Really? That missed the refinery? God damn it.
Search and destroy. Missile away.
One more priority target. There it is.
Because we're using it right now.
God, so many missiles. That's nothing compared to what some of the later missions do, though. We'll dive down into cover here. Nice try, bitch. Ow, ow. Ow, ow. That's okay. It's okay. I meant to do that. I'm gonna pick off the SAMs just because it makes the dogfight against Crimson Squadron easier when you're not having to dodge SAM sites. Yeah, don't get your panties in a twist, Galaxy.
Trust me, it was much worse when we were a five-man fight. Well, according to the kill feed, I guess Monarch's fighting tonight then. Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you.
I like the idea that they have a kill feed, like they're playing fucking COD. And he's down.
Monarch missile away. Ground target destroyed. Spam rams out.
Spam rams. Get spammed by my rams. God, so many. Oh god, there's like an entire enemy squadron behind me. I should probably engage some of these guys. Alright. Oh, wasted the flares. Oh well. Ooh, good maneuver. Unfortunately for you, I'm in a Super Hornet, bitch. Whoa! Whoa!
Fox 2, good separation. Hitman 1, locked on.
That'll get him. Yeah, baby. God, there's so many. This is why I brought so many standard missiles. Woo! There's an F4 trying to chase me down. You poor bastard.
Fox 2.
They put you in the air in that old rust bucket?
Hitman 1, locked on.
I guess everything's an old rust bucket in this universe. Whoa!
Hard rock, let it fly. Monarch, Fox 2.
Jesus. Missile, 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 missile. And I'm taking gun hits. Holy God. I'm whittling them down, though.
Hitman 1, missile tracking, evade. Missile away.
Holy shit.
Monarch, enemies locking onto you.
That should get him. Come on. Ah, come on. Come on, buddy. Oh, yeah, baby. Perfectly lined up. Whoa! I was not expecting him to turn into me.
Monarch, you're locked on.
Yeah, that'll get him.
Positive hits, he's going down.
Oh, someone stole my kill! You bastards! Come on, baby. There we go.
Radar lock, take him down. Enemy aircraft shut down.
Nah, that's not gonna hit him. There we go. One more fast mover. Boom. Just like that. That's how you do it, boys.
Monarch, you've got a good lock. Missile is on the way. Missile away. Hard lock, let it fly.
Yeah, we don't need to hit the containers. I think that's all the SAMs. So let's hit the extractors. Just get it lined up here. I don't think... Did I get it? Oh, I got it! Beautiful. Alright, get some altitude and take a look at it. Where is the approach? Oh, there it is.
Stacked up.
Okay, get lined up. Alright, and pull up. Got it. Alright.
Cleared for guns.
We'll head this direction, loop around this, and then that'll put us on a good approach. There we go. And boom! Just like that.
Monarch, good luck.
Oh, there's a SAM site.
Is this them?
Oh, it's way over there. Yeah, no, we're good. I'm not going over there. Alright, let's do it.
Let's chase these dogs off.
Oh boy! It's a fight now.
We've got them pegged as Cascadia's Federation peacekeepers.
Woohoo!
Yeah, no, I'm in Winchester anyway. Let's go. Fox 2. Tagging Cascadia's flight lead. Peacekeepers.
Come on. I just gotta get one. Boy. That music. Oh my god. Whoa! That shouldn't have hit me. Okay. Come on, I'm gonna get one of you.
Incoming missile. Check. Missile is on the way. This one's different. Perhaps. Stay focused. Fox 2, Fox 2.
There, I got some hits on him that time.
Enemies getting radar lock. Monarch missile on the way.
Whoa.
Monarch ready to fire.
Come on, baby. Come on, I'm gonna get you. You're locked in here with me, baby. Come on. Okay, that shouldn't have hit me either. That was bullshit. I flared too. None of those should have hit me. Damn. I might actually lose. Holy shit. How? How? That came in from the side. Why did that hit me? I'm gonna have to restart. I'm not gonna be able to win. Their missiles have been hitting me. Fuck, dude. That's unfortunate. Bullshit! That came at me from forward high. That should not have impacted. No, fuck you. That shouldn't have impacted. Literally none of those should have hit me. Not a single one. That was bullshit. Oh, it's the whole mission? Nope. Fuck that. I'm not doing the whole mission over. I'm not redoing the whole mission because of this bullshit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, no, we're skipping this. Fuck that. I'm not doing... I won the fight. I've never had missiles hit me from that aspect before. We're doing this another way. Fuck off with that bullshit. Boom. Oh look, I won the dogfight. I'm awesome. Look at me go. I have beaten those guys in the fucking MiG-21.
You're the only mercenary pilots on base at the moment.
Actually, no. I've beaten them in the Su-25 before. Like, I've never had them fight that hard and hit me with missiles like that shouldn't have been hitting. Literally none of those missiles should have impacted. They were all coming in at the wrong aspect. Some of them hit me after I flared, too. That was really fucking annoying. Yeah, I know. Fuck that shit. Must have been one of those fucking patches they've been doing.
Wingman's down a pilot today, eh?
I'm sure Dirk's having fun by himself hitting more energy facilities with his Saturn console.
Oh, I know he is. Normally I'd be able to monitor all of you at once, but this damn comm jamming is wreaking havoc with my capabilities.
I would have given Prez Dirk's spare plane to run a spot, but I don't know if anyone else sees Dandy and Monarchs with him. That, and I know the boss gets pissy when people start taking positions.
Alright.
I've seen her fly before. Good call.
Eat my ass, Galaxy.
Heh.
Hey, heads up.
Gladly.
This is resupply ship core. Remain on station.
Alright.
Limited domain.
Let's shoot down some fools.
Roger all. Piloting Federation ships now. Wingman, sync any and all contacts in the area before eminent domain gets here. We have 2 aircraft crossing into the AO. Hot.
Oops. Forgot to lock on first.
All ships, remain in current holding pattern. Do not stray. Set receiver positioning for attacks. We have to hold this position to track that battleship. Hitman 1. Who's third in charge? Fox 3! Fox 3! Moving to engage. Affirmative.
Okay, what the fuck?
Occupied. This must be all they can spare. Fine.
Alright. Let's get the spy ship.
Time puts Wingman 3. If the Renaissance steal a battleship, think about how that makes the rest of the feds in the region look. Intercept group, be advised. We are contending with ASM planes as of current. Take out that battleship before they link up.
Get the boat. Alright. What the fuck? That should not have hit me. That should not have hit me. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on with the missiles?
You're in gun range.
What the fuck, dude?
Federation's safe on the eminent domain.
There we go.
I just hope that thing's turned out okay for him.
I hate how much of this is fucking clouds.
Missile is on the way.
For fuck's sake! No, I'm getting hit by missiles that shouldn't be hitting me. Something's fucked. Something is fucked. Something is very fucked. Yeah, that's... Something's gone very wrong here. I've gone from utterly dominating missile evasion to suddenly just getting hit by things that are coming in from the incorrect aspect. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. I didn't put any of these on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Something wasn't right. Huh. All right. Well, let's chat for a while, I guess. Since the game has decided it wants to fuck up. Let's hop into free flight and do some regular chatting for a while. Maybe I'll restart it and see if we can figure out why it's decided to be like that. Let's fly something we haven't flown yet. And take the Harrier. Yeah, I'll take the MiG-29. Why not? And show off the AOA limiter. Sure. God, I've never had that much trouble. It's probably because I'm trying to perform. I'm trying to perform in front of people, and now suddenly I can't fucking fly. I have never struggled like that with this game. And I wasn't struggling early on. I was breezing through everything. Oh well. It is what it is. Got some searchlights. I don't know if it's a glitch or the game is a little buggy at times. I don't want to just say glitch because that sounds like such a cop-out. But it's definitely different from how it usually is. I don't know if there was like an update to the game since I played it last or something. But it feels very different. Like, I have played through this game easily like 20 times. And I have you get a feeling for how the missile evasion works after a while. Because, like, you can tell when you're in a good position when the missile's not going to hit you based on its indicator. But my sense was just completely off. I don't know if it's because I played Ace Combat recently and it's a little different there, but I don't think that's the reason. I was just struggling though. And if you can't evade like basic missiles in Project Wingman, you're not gonna get very far. Because you're facing down like dozens of those at any given point in time. No, there's only one evasion tactic. It's get the missile onto the part of your plane where it won't hit. That is how you evade, and then pop flares if you got them. That's the only tactic that there is to evasion. It's just that the spots on the plane that used to be safe are now not safe anymore. So, I don't know. I don't know. Hey, we could talk about Battletech or something. Will I try and get my mojo back? Whee! Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. I can't even fly the plane anymore. God damn it. I'm so bad at this game all of a sudden. That should have been easy. Oh, I'll show off. I'll fly through the tunnel. Fuck. There we go. That AOA limiter going. The game has a very high skill ceiling. Like, if you know how to properly utilize the AOA limiter, you can do all kinds of stuff. Do a nice easy barrel roll like that. I like how the camera detaches from your plane when you hit the AOA limiter. You just get a moment of watching what it's actually doing. Alright. Yes, LL, what's your question? Let's hear it. Let's fucking hear it. I need something to take my mind off of how bad I suddenly suck at this game. Lauren has issued an apology to Blaine? Oh, shit. Really? I hadn't heard about this. Somebody's gotta have to... Jason, you got my contact details. Send me a link to that if you got it. Holy shit. That might be video worthy. Because, hell yeah. The man has deserved an apology for quite a while. Ew, you're still backing the Kickstarter? Jason, I'm disappointed. An LAM for Battletech fully transform into a jet would just be a partial transformation. It depends on the LAM. Some of them do, and some of them don't. If the ones like the Phoenix Hawk do, I believe the Stinger LAM does as well. But some of them, they still kind of like have the arms sticking out or something like that. And then, like, even then, there's variance among the LAMs in terms of how they function. So yeah, it really depends on which one. But yes, there are a lot of the most iconic ones do fully transform into like a sort of jet mode. Alright, I want to fly through this tunnel. Of course, there's a cloud here. That makes it slightly difficult, but there's lights. There we go. There we go. Look at that. In a storm, no less. Hell yeah. There is one particular incident involving an LAM. I believe it was a Phoenix Hawk LAM, where the guy was flying it in its aerospace mode and was coming up on an enemy ship, and basically said that his fighter was damaged and he needed to make an emergency landing. So they cleared him to make an emergency landing on the ship. He landed on the ship and transformed into battle mech mode, and then proceeded to destroy the enemy ship from inside. And is the only instance of a battle mech having a confirmed warship kill. Yeah, fly right through that tunnel. Boom, baby. I haven't seen the new tanks, but honestly, I haven't been all that impressed with CGL's minis anyway. Like, compared to what you get from the community, CGL is not all that great, actually. I mean, minis have never been their strongest suit as it is. And, like, it's better than what it was back in the day, for sure, when it comes to Battletech minis, but honestly, I think people like Locust do a better job when it comes to minis. Don't see the plane mode, even when the Stinger, unless it, yeah. Oh, it's one of those things where they just kind of fudge it, and like, yeah, it turns into a plane. And then the art doesn't really reflect that. I mean, they're doing the best they can. But yeah, they basically go Transformers rules and somehow turn into a plane. They turn into a plane in the same way that Palpatine returns. Somehow. Dope. Well, so much for that. I think my biggest problem when it comes to the CGL minis is that they all look the same. Like, every mech, regardless of where it came from, looks like it rolled off the same exact assembly line. It just straight up doesn't matter where it came from. It's just they all have the same panels. Awesome. I'm in a plane where I can't see shit. I love it. They all have the same panel detailing and the same sort of bumpy bits here and there, the same general aesthetic quality. They just don't look diverse enough. Because, like, there's so many different types of battle mechs. Like, battle mech design became an art form in the Inner Sphere. Mechs were designed purely for how they would look a lot of the time. And it just doesn't come across with their minis, I find. So, I don't hate the way they look. I just, well, for one thing, like, they've only got Scroggins and Steiner working on it. And, like, they're good artists, for sure, but the mechs all looked like they were designed by the same guy. Because they were. The other thing is, like, they're not creating anything new. Like, the original artists were making new stuff. And so, even when it was the same artist, there was an effort to try and make things look different. Because they were designing mechs for different factions to use. But when it comes to, like, you know, what CGL is doing, they're taking established designs and doing a modernized spin on it. And so it ends up being, since you only got one artist, you know, or two artists doing this modernization, they all take on the same look. Mechs that should not look anything like each other start having very strong resemblance. Bishop is complaining. Oh god, what else is new? Like, fucking anything that ever happens, Bishop has got a complaint. I don't have a complaint, but I have a question. Why are you in Mexico? What are you doing over there? What is it about Mexico exactly that draws you in? I mean, apart from the fact that it's outside of of U.S. jurisdiction and it's harder for our law enforcement to get to you there, but you know. Have you tried Wolves? Yes, I have. It was still in a pretty primitive state when I tried it. It had like a kind of AI bot match you could do. That was pretty fun for a minute, but it really needs more. But it's definitely promising. It could be a really cool thing. So you mean a current company is making changes for modern audiences and it kind of sucks? I mean, I wouldn't put it exactly that way. It's not so much that they're trying to modernize it, it's that they're being lazy about how they're modernizing it, you know? Because a lot of those mech designs could use an update. Let's be real. Some of them look really derpy. They were drawn in an afternoon on a napkin. You know, they could use an update. But having the same couple artists be responsible for all the modernization means that the modernized designs are going to be very similar to each other. And so you take something that used to be more diverse and you make it look more homogeneous. Oh! Jesus, I can't fly. I cannot fly. Holy fuck, I have completely lost my ability to play this game. God damn. I don't know. It must not be Project Wingman changing. I must just suck right now. It must be me. It's got to be me. I suck. I can't even fly the planes right now. Granted, I picked one of the hardest ones to steer in the whole game, but still. He likes the food and it's cheap to live there? Yeah, sure. Sure, I'm sure that's the reason. After all, I mean, it's not like when you ask that in Facebook groups that he's a part of that you basically get insta-banned. It's not like that happens. Nope, not at all. When are we going to get Beast Infantry redos? No idea. All I'm focused on right now is the Zeus video. How do I feel about the animalistic mechs of Battletech? It depends on which ones. Some of them are cool, others are horrendous cringe. Like, the Kodiak is pretty neat. But, like, what's the one that Hell's Horses has, where it's a fucking four-legged horse? It's like, get out of here with that shit. That looks so stupid. Don't even get me started on some of the proto-mechs. God fucking damn. I'd ask Steiner myself, but he blocked me on Twitter ages ago. Yeah. He's the Steve Shives of Battletech. Let's hit this dish. Hey, welcome, Brandon. I'm sorry you missed the good gameplay. I have apparently caught the stupid and can't fly planes in this game anymore, so I'm just kind of chilling in free flight mode, talking with chat while I regain my bruised ego. So there's not much to see at the moment. I'll reattempt Mission 11 before I end the stream. But what was going to be a fairly straightforward playthrough ended up falling apart because I can't fly planes. I've lost my mojo. Too much DCS. I can't play this game anymore. Banned on Twitter for almost a full year now. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, you're not missing much. I have a Twitter now, but I don't use it a whole lot. I announce my stuff there. I occasionally engage with some other creators. But for the most part, I mean, if you're not on Twitter, you're in a good spot. Yeah, this thing is pretty sluggish, though. Also, he can buy 10-year-olds from the cartel. Allegedly. Allegedly. The most important word in all of journalism. Allegedly. Thunder Stallion and the Balius. Yeah. The funny thing is, I don't actually know all that much about clan mechs. I don't follow clanner stuff. When they show up, I shoot at them and I see what happens. But I actually don't know a lot about their mechs. I don't recognize most of them at a glance, apart from like the obvious ones. And then it's a toss-up about whether I know it by its inner sphere name or its clan name. It basically boils down to, was it in MechWarrior 4? And if the answer is no, then, well, I have no idea what it is. I mean, all that can change. I can, like with any mechs, like there have been several mechs that have been suggested for Battle Mech Primer that I didn't initially know a ton about. And, like, I can go and do research and learn, for sure. I've done that before. Jumped from 40K into Battletech about a year and a few months ago. No regrets. Yeah, I mean, that's how I got into it. I was a 40K nut. 40K was my shit for a long time. But I just couldn't hack it anymore. Alright, let's see if I can get this bread. It'll fit. Hell yeah, we got it this time. Thread the needle. Yeah, baby. And let's see if I can do it while looking through this cockpit. Oh god, this is a mistake. I actually cannot fucking see. Oh god, this is such a bad idea. This is such a bad idea. Oh god, oh fuck. Oh my god. I did it. I can't believe I did that. Holy shit. Barrel roll. Fuck yeah. Oh god. Alright. Moving right along. Everyone's playing Wingman. Are they? I like the livery on this particular one. What I should do sometime is show off DCS World. That's really fun. Though I don't think that would be nearly as amusing to watch because it's slower paced. Though then again, if you guys are putting up with this shit where I'm just flying around doing nothing, then I guess you could stomach that. It would also be weird because I play that game in VR, so the stream would be very disorienting and nauseating because you'd be looking at my headset. And also, I'm not very good at DCS, so there's that. But we could try that sometime. Show you guys what the actual Tomcat flight is like. Everyone wants DCS Mech Warrior, and I think it would be fun. I think that would be really cool. What I'd like to see, Microprose is back. They're making simulators again. They're the guys that made Mech Warrior 3. And I would really like to see them get the Mech Warrior license again. Take it as far away from Piranha as you possibly can, and give it to Microprose. I mean, it's going to depend on how good these simulators are that they're working on. They're working on like a B-17 one. So it's going to, from what I read, it's going to have like a full crew simulation. Like everyone's going to have a job to do. And you hop in with your buddies and you all man a different position on the B-17. Which is really fucking cool. Whether or not that'll be fun, I have no idea, since being in a B-17 in a World War II bombing run, your survival is basically pure luck. But I'm sure it could be fun for like practicing and getting used to the controls and stuff. I think there was a mod for IL-2 Sturmovik back in the day that let you do bombers and stuff. What's your opinion of Armored Core? I don't like Armored Core. Armored Core has a lot of the same problems that I find that most FromSoft games have, where it's difficult for difficulty's sake. Whether or not it's fair is something you can easily debate, and I would argue that they're not fair. The difficulty stems not from the game being a challenge, it's more from wrestling with the design. So, particularly in something like Last Raven, I mean, the difficulty in Armored Core 3 comes entirely from the controls. If the controls weren't horrid, Armored Core 3 would be a breeze. But the controls are horrid. They improved them some for Last Raven, but there's a lot of stuff they added to the design to make the game harder for no reason. And that's the thing, like, From Software uses difficulty to shelter themselves from criticism. If you try and say anything bad about a FromSoft game, the fans will come out and instantly, no matter how good you are at the game, whether or not you've overcome the challenge or not, if you criticize it at all, the response is, you just suck, get good. And you're just coping for a lack of skill. It doesn't matter the context surrounding why you have a criticism about anything. It's just, you instantly suck. So, FromSoft, because they've made their games so challenging, it becomes a dick measuring contest to talk about their games, and they're immune to all criticism as a result. You can't say anything bad about a FromSoft game because you have to turn in your gamer card. It means you have a small penis. So Armored Core has less of that than like the Souls games do, but it's the same kind of stuff. And God, FromSoft, it took them like 30 years to fucking figure out analog sticks. They are the kings of games with shitty controls. The Primer playlist was playing stuff. It's really good work, mate. Thank you, Brandon. I put a lot of work into those. Though the earlier stuff I definitely cringe at. There was a time I didn't really know what I was doing with the channel, what direction I wanted to take it in. Did I want to go like full roleplay? I copied text for a very long time. Like I had like really unfunny skits at the start of my videos for a while. And oh god, those were terrible. I wish I hadn't done that. But like Tex had those bits, and I was like, okay, people like it when Tex does it. I'll give it a shot. And I sucked at it, and I couldn't write one that was funny. So I just kind of gave up on that, and I think my videos are better now for it. Ground Branch, Carrier Command 2, Regiments, Tiny Combat Arena from Microprose. They're publisher now. No, they're back to doing dev work though. That's the thing. Like they've been a publisher for a little bit, but they're back to making actual games themselves. What kind of flight control stuff are you using for DCS? I have... Hold on, I've got it right here in front of me. I got a Logitech X52 HOTAS that I use. And I've got my Oculus Rift S that I use as well. I find that those are the best for me. Only heard small bits of bad about it. Ground Branch is pretty good. At least I think so. It's one of those... It's one of those... It's a tactical shooter. And it doesn't have a very strong player base. So, but if you can get a match going, it's very enjoyable. It's also very demanding on the hardware. You have to have a pretty beastly PC to run it well. So that's probably part of the issue with it. But if you get it working and you get a match going with actual players, it's very good. A lot of people prefer... Oh, God. What's the other one called? The other VR shooter that everyone plays. The one with all the mod support. There's another one that people really like that I've also played. Now I'm wondering. I have to actually check and see. What is that game called? Pavlov. That's it. Pavlov VR. That's the one. Yeah, I knew it was like some sort of Russian name. Honestly, expected them to tie into Twist of the Knife. Yeah. Oh, Twist of the Knife. Yeah, I've said it before in some of my other streams. I am planning on redoing Twist of the Knife at some point and just kind of putting it out all in one chunk as opposed to little bits and pieces. Like a full audiobook like I did for Measure of a Hero. So, the story needs work. The problem is that what I published was my first draft of the story, which is a big mistake. You should never do that. Never publish your first draft. I had bits of story that just didn't work, or that worked but should have been like a different story. All that stuff on Christiania 2 with the Royal Battletech Division, I think that's a great idea for a story, but it should have been a different story, you know? Like, not involving, or maybe like a future adventure for them to have. The whole, like, the potential that was there for good storytelling would be the dichotomy between Caspian and Damien. But I have Caspian on a completely different planet during the story, and not interacting with Damien at all. It should have been like this battle of wits between the two of them. Wits and ideologies. It would have been so much more interesting that way, but I squandered that by deciding to have a stupid Lost Tech subplot. Like every other Battletech story does. It always has Lost Tech subplots. But, you know, it was my first time writing a Battletech story, and I'm just like, well, that's what you do when you write a Battletech story. You have to have Lost Tech in it. That's what everyone else does. It doesn't serve the plot in any way. So, I think that's something that I would build up over the course of the whole story slowly. I'd still have it be the reason for why Damien has command over Lothan. You've still got Clan Wolf looking for things on Christiania too. But that would like be very small snippets over the course of the story, like multiple stories, and then at some point in a future installment of the story, it would all coalesce into one big thing. There'd be like little hints of it dropped here and there, and it would eventually turn into that as like the climax for the whole thing. But it doesn't belong in like the first outing. The first outing should just be Mage Squadron doing Mage Squadron things on Lothan. Because that's what people want to see. That was the draw, you know? And it's a lot harder to develop Caspian's character when he doesn't have a foil, like a direct foil to play off of, like he would if he'd stayed on Lothan. Because a character is oftentimes only as good as the antagonist that he's facing. And without him directly facing the antagonist, it's a lot harder to make the audience care about him. Also, I paid off the romantic subplot way too early. Like, that should have taken a couple stories to develop. Because, honestly, like, there is no reason why, from the amount of story that we've had, there's no reason why Grimm would be in love with him. Like, it shouldn't have reached that point yet. It's a slowly developing thing that should have gone on for a while longer. You know, more build up, because I paid it off, but I didn't build it up. You know what I mean? You have to walk before you can run. So I had one day where I was just feeling really bummed, and to cheer myself up, I wrote 2 characters to fall in love. I was like, yeah, they'll make me feel better. And it did. But at the same time, looking back on it, I was like, ah, man, that was a mistake. I should have done that differently. Yeah, that's basically how I look at the current version of Twisted the Knife. There's a lot of things I wrote in it that I'm proud of. I'm very proud of how I handled the Lars reveal. I think I did a pretty good job with that. And that's going to stay. Like, that's an element of the story that I think is very good. I'm going to keep that. I might change it up a little bit, just so that it flows more naturally with the plot and doesn't feel quite as forced in. Because it does feel a little bit forced. But all in all, that plot line's going to stay basically the same. And again, I'm going to give it more build-up before I pay it off. Because Again, there isn't a whole lot of reason for Lars and Timothy to be friends. They've had one conversation with each other where they got friendly and found some common ground. That sort of thing should have developed more before I paid it off. So again, like this is why you don't publish your first draft. Not to be mean, but isn't Wolves just a cheaper MechWarrior 5 in an arena shooter setting? No, Wolves is more of a spiritual successor to Mech Assault. And the gameplay is a lot different from MechWarrior 5's. It's a lot more arcadey. Like, MechWarrior 5 is pretty arcadey, but Wolves feels like it would have come out on the original Xbox, which is where Mech Assault came out. The real mages were the Capellans we made along the way. Why are you making Capellans? Quit breeding the Capellans. It's gross. Caspian should have a romance with a clanner. Now, look here. Listen here, you little shit. We already have an Inner Sphere clan romance with Damien and Alice, alright? We've already got that going. There's no need to throw Caspian into that. He's always trying to troll me, and it works. He knows my buttons. He really does, Jason. You fucker. Clanner elementals are crazy. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, the people who simp for the elemental women. It's like, one, you're looking at fan art, not the actual canon art of what elementals look like. They don't look like that. They look like fucking gorillas. So, not exactly the most attractive lasses out there. And on top of that, unless you're fucking Phelan Kell or some other Gary Stu character, if they looked at you, they would find you repulsive because you're a free birth. Quit simping for elemental women. It's gross, it's creepy, it's stupid. Stop it. You're weird. There's this big trend in society lately where guys all want their dommy mommy. They want, like, some big muscular girl to dominate them. And it's like, dude, what you want is a boyfriend. Like, fucking closeted, dude. I want her to break my pelvis. Why? You want to be slammed down into the bed sheets? What the fuck, dude? I asked to see your man card. That's very, very sus. I'm told I'm built like an elemental. I laughed and said no. Yeah, no person alive is built like an elemental. That's just the facts. A lot of the fan art has made elemental women into very sexy, well, depends on which art, but they've tried with varying degrees of success to make them look sexy. They don't look sexy at all. They look like giant slabs of fucking meat designed to go into battle and break shit. They are not attractive. Think they were trying to get into my pants. I mean, maybe. That's a very poor approach, because I wouldn't consider that a compliment if you're a lady and someone says you're built like an elemental. It's like saying, hey, you're built like a fucking freight train, girl. Like, that's not a compliment. It means you look like a dude. That's the other thing. Like, the guys post pictures of these muscle women, like, oh yes, elemental, and they just post a picture of a girl who looks like a dude. It's like, dude, are you sure? Are you sure you're hetero? I'm just asking some questions. Inner Sphere Assault Battle Armor, though. Yes. Well, Battle Armor itself is really fun. I love me some battle armor. I even like elementals, like as combat units. I think they're cool. I think it's one of the things that was added in the Clan Invasion that I actually like was elemental battle armor. It's fucking cool. Wasn't my type anyway. Yeah. Jocko Willink? What the fuck is that? It's an elemental. The amount of testosterone they would have in them would probably have a beard. Yeah, I mean, from the descriptions of some of the characters, I'm thinking of, like, I think of Tiaret, who was the elemental bondsman that Victor Steiner Davian had. Like, that bitch was ugly. From the way she was described in that book, that bitch was ugly. And I know I wrote the character of Manon in Twist of the Knife. I'll probably ditch her because the way I described her is not really accurate to how elementals are. It would have made more sense if she was a mech warrior. And the thing is, like, I like Manon as a character, but she shouldn't have been an elemental. There's a lot of issues with how I wrote her. I didn't fully understand elementals at the time. And, like, I make a lot of rookie mistakes in Twist of the Knife, too. Like, I had a fucking Axeman showing up in the wrong time period. Because I didn't realize that the Axeman was a post-Hell Memory Core mech. And so I had it being in, like, a First Succession War battlefield, which it would not have been in. That is not where it goes. Or there's another time where I refer to a point of elementals as a star of elementals, so I multiply them by 5. Like, there's a lot of really stupid mistakes in Twist of the Knife that I would love to correct, now that I am not as much of a noob as I was when I started writing it. Lots of really stupid things that I did in that story. It needs a rework badly. Exchange it for a Hatchet Man. No, a Hatchet Man wouldn't work either. The Hatchet Man is also post First Succession War, so that wouldn't work. I talked about it in my Nodachi video, because the Nodachi was built in response to the appearance of the Hatchet Man. The Hatchet Man was like, it was the first fully original battle mech to be made in the Inner Sphere. Like, the Cataphract came out first, but the Cataphract was more of a hodgepodge. The Hatchet Man was like the first fully unique battle mech designed and produced in the Inner Sphere since the Succession Wars. This is a weird Mage Squadron chapter. Yeah, just kind of zipping around. Change it for a charger. I mean, I could. I wanted to have this image of a mech with a melee weapon that is frozen mid-swing from when the nukes hit. Like, that was the image I was going for there. What I didn't realize was that the default mechs for that sort of thing weren't around in the First Succession War. But yeah, I could have it be like a charger mid-punch, I guess. Yeah, that would work. I could do a charger. The charger was known to throw hands. I mean, that scene wouldn't be coming for a long time anyway, when I rewrite it, just because that was on Christiania too. Yes, I believe the Hatchet Man came out just in time for, like, the Fourth Succession War. I think about quad mechs. I don't like them. I mean, it depends on which ones, but for the most part, I don't like them. But I've had good results with the Goliath as well. I think the Goliath is a good mech on tabletop and in Alpha Strike. But they're a step too far for me. I think that's where Battletech starts to look a little bit too cartoon sci-fi, you know? It has its moments of that as it is, but I'm just not a fan. Here's a thought. They did use the nuke afterwards, so why not a new mech? Yeah. That was... Oh, yeah, there was another mistake that I made. I had to retcon it. I gave the Royal Battlemech Division a Raven. Like, the Raven wasn't around yet. They shouldn't have that. I had to be like, other people came here and they had a Raven and we stole it from them. Which is stupid. That raises some really dumb questions. But I tried to retcon that. No, they shouldn't have a Raven. It's just pure silliness. God, Twisted the Knife sucks. That's probably why nobody listens to it. It's not very good. Sell the Glorious Hunchback. Oh yeah. I love me a good hunchy. Yeah, I also like the Cataphract. I think it's a solid mech. I mean, it is kind of an ungodly amalgamation of several different battle mechs thrown together in a blender, but the end result is actually pretty good. Did you write Mage Squadron? I couldn't find it as a book when I searched for it. Yes, I did come up with Mage Squadron. They are not canon, thank God. There would probably be many problems in the world if they were, but yes, I came up with Mage Squadron myself. Atlas using trains as nunchucks? No. No. No, no, no. There weren't any trains on Christiania 2 anyway. Oh, thanks, weirdo. I try my best. I am working on an actual novel now. The Guns of Nimin. Which is progressing fairly smoothly, all things considered. Slower than I'd like, but it is going. It is my first ever novel, so I am being very particular about it, trying to go slow. Just gonna zip through here real quick. There we go. I don't think I've ever actually used a Hunchback on the table, but I've used it in various games. And it is a very good mech. Hunchy with 2 Rack 5s. Using the leg of a hunchback as a nunchuck. No, no, no one is using nunchucks. The hands on an Atlas are not manipulators, they're fucking battle fists. They're not meant for grabbing, they're meant for punching. Or rather, they're meant for grabbing and then pulling, ripping apart. They are not meant for holding. They don't do a very good job of it. You would have a hard time picking up something with an Atlas's hand and then using it as a melee weapon. It's not what it's for. Alright, let's see. I haven't played Battletech Tabletop yet. Is it viable to just field infantry with no armors or mechs? Yes. However, the amount of units you're going to bring to make up the points cost is going to bloat the game so much that it's basically unplayable. Saw an Atlas play a mech-sized harp when I was last on Solaris. Yeah, no you didn't. No you didn't. What you saw was it doing pantomime while it played harp music over its fucking PA system, dude. I don't want to fly this plane anymore. I want a different plane. Let's fly something else. Actually, let's go to a whole different... Yeah, fuck it. Let's do mission 11. It is time. It is time. Let us attempt mission 11. Let's see if I've got my mojo back. Now, I remember playing this and beating it in the MiG-21. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the MiG-21 because I don't give a fuck. I'm going to paint it fucking... Gonna paint it fucking green. We're going to do this shit. An Atlas-sized harp would make infrasound. I mean, it depends, but yeah. Alright, let's see if I've got my mojo back. Alright, boys. There we go. There's a great synthwave remix of the music from this mission, by the way. I would look it up on YouTube if you ever get the chance. It is sublime. Oh god, going into the clouds. Alright, let's do it. Oh, I missed that shot? Holy shit. There we go. Yeah, baby. And see, in an earlier mission, I feel like that missile would have hit me. That one I just evaded. Oh, that's not gonna hit. Got him. Ooh. And again, I feel like those would have hit me in those missions I was doing earlier. Like, there were missiles like that that I should have evaded that were hitting me. Maybe it wasn't me. Maybe it was actually something was fucking up. Oh. I'm paranoid now whenever I see that missile thing come up. I don't feel like I have the ability to evade like I did before. Alright, let's turn back. Alright, come on. Oh, I hit him. Didn't kill him, though. There we go. Got him. Okay, we're good. Going through that group of 3 missiles? Holy shit. I got intense there for a second. They were all at different aspects. Ah! Which way's up? Which way's up? Oh my god! Is this way up? Uh-oh. Oh god. Which way is up? No, no. Get me out. Okay, good. Jesus Christ. Oh, I hate the clouds. I hate the clouds. I don't have my instruments in third-person view. I love the vortexes coming off the wings though. It's such a good effect. Alright. Yeah, baby. Oh yeah, that's a hit. That's a kill. The question is, do I have enough missiles to get through the mission? I don't want to go into the clouds. Alright, we're good.
Stacked up.
Oh, that's a beautiful roll. You can run, but you only die tired. Alright. We still got boogies. Oh, really? Only one of those hit? Alright. Yeah, baby. Ooh, a Harrier. Come on, we can do it. We can do it. Oh, another MiG-21. Wrist in pepperoni.
Monarch, you're locked on.
Pasta la pasta.
Monarch ready to fire. Fast mover out of action.
God, there's still so many of them.
You're on the money.
There's just something about shooting down an F-16 and an old rust bucket from the Soviet Union. Like, yeah, you thought. All right. Wow. I'm gonna run out of fucking missiles, dude. Yeah. Come on now. Yeah, got him. All right. There's only a few left. Another fish bed. Let's get him. Oh, this poor bastard. Oh, you poor bastard. Oh no, I fired without getting locked. Alright, we got him. Now it's time for the boss. Crimson Squadron.
Pop up bandit group of Ben Q30. Looks like they pulled back for one last push. There's a lot of them. IFF confirmed. Federation Peacekeeping Squadron Crimson identified with more reinforcements. This is it. Ah, shit.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Crimson Squadron, ready to show our face. We're bringing into this party. Looks like it's those mercenaries. Think they might turn tail and run again? Not this time. Open fire. This is the baby your radar tracking. Enemies marking on. Great. Radar tags all across the board. Incoming. Is that all you got? Top countermeasures.
Alright, let's get him.
All survivors rally behind the peacekeepers. It's our only chance. Now that Crimson's here, your corners. Enemy on radar. Fox 2, locked on engaging. Crimson, focus on that and the IFFs. The backbone of the enemy air force. Good zone, good zone. They're trying to knock out the mercs. The goose. And you. Yes, sir. The fighter with the peace symbol on it. Tag him. I'm on the leader. I'm with the crown. 136.
Come on.
Missile away, missile away.
Got him. These planes can take a pounding, dude.
Adjust our tactics and revise the attack pattern. I'll make them pay for that.
Oh, I'm gonna run out of missiles. Ah! See, there it goes again. That shouldn't have hit me. Nope, we're right back into it. I'm gonna get shot down. Fuck. The mojo's gone. The mojo. Where did it go, Joe? No. Not like this. I can't lose mission 11.
Pop countermeasures on the fleet.
Come on. There we go. Alright, come on. I can get this guy. The more of them I can shoot, the less missiles will be coming at me. God, they're so slippery.
Fox 2, Fox 2.
Got him. Alright, I think I just need one more.
Stacked up. Fox 2, Fox 2. Gun range. Missile is tracking.
Come on. Yes! Got him. I guess I need one more. Do I have enough missiles to take one more?
Wingman 1, Fox 2.
Come on. Come on, I can do this. I can do it. I can do it. Ah, that wasn't going to connect. Why didn't I waste the missile? Got him. I did it. Oh, I did it. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. My hands are actually sweating right now. Oh, fuck. I did it. I fucking did it. Oy. Oh, man. Let's just take a moment to appreciate how beautiful this airplane model is. Look at this fish bed. One slight issue. The radar antenna coming off the front shouldn't be dead center like that. It's actually off center, but not a big deal.
That's how. Squadron, I wish they stayed.
Monarch, you're something else, I tell you. We've got no right to still be alive.
And yet you are. That's a victory.
Monarch, we've got to go contact the record agency or something, because you racked up a ridiculous kill score.
Damn right I did.
Looking clear across the board, Galaxy? Yes, sir. All Federation forces are pulling back across the IDL. Hey, pop that champagne bottle I got in the fire extinguisher box. I don't give a damn if we get the consoles right. We're rich after this mission. Rich! Hitman team, Monarch, we've got to thank you. If you didn't tie up those peacekeepers, well, I don't know what would have happened.
Okay.
I've got an idea. Hitman team, RTB!
We did it, boys. With only 21 missiles to spare. We did it. Holy fuck. Okay.
The full fury of Federation air power was unleashed today over the Bering Strait.
Okay, let's do some math.
Thanks to the actions of the Hitman team.
Let's do some quick math here. Let me just...
The Federation's force protection capabilities will be heavily decreased. Now that
We
the
got
support across the theater-
20, 21, 26, 29, 36, 40, 42, 44, 48, 49, 53. 53 kills.
To deal with them now. Until your next orders, get some rest and expect a
4 of which were Crimson
Don't have an
Squadron.
exact count of how many fighters you downed today, but we'll just round up and call it.
Holy shit. Okay. Yep. That definitely happened. Whoa, shit. Well, now that we've established that it's possible, we'll unwind for a little bit. Hop in a little. Why not? We'll hit the Viper. Oh yeah, that's the winner. Take that desert camo. Hell yeah. Oh man. Alright, so back to the chat. I wasn't able to engage with it a whole lot during the fight because that took every ounce of my concentration. Just for a little bit longer, and then I'm going to go get some dinner. But just a little time to chill and take it all in. Now that we've made it to the end of that. How are you guys doing? Recently got F-16 on War Thunder. My condolences. I am very sorry that you play War Thunder. The F-16, it is a very good aircraft. Like it's a very solid platform. There's a reason we've been using it for so long. I don't know. War Thunder as a game is very... It depends. Like the aircraft part, I think, is pretty good for the most part. The tank stuff, I'm really not a big fan of. And the naval stuff is utter dog shit. The tank stuff is very much just getting one shot by things you couldn't avoid or foresee or do anything about. That's the entire gameplay loop of War Thunder's tanks. I would rather play World of Tanks. World of Tanks is more fun. War Thunder might be more realistic, but something people often forget is that realism is cringe and not always fun. When it comes to a game, especially a competitive multiplayer one, the real world isn't fair or balanced. And so you're not going to make a good balanced game out of chasing realism. So realistic things like, oh, we're going to, if something pings off of you at the wrong angle, well, then your tank instantly explodes and you don't get to play anymore. It's not fun. It's not fucking fun. I'm like, World of Tanks does that too, sometimes. But typically that's if you've gotten yourself in a situation you had no business being in. Like, it's a problem that plagues both games, but I find it's a lot stronger in War Thunder just because there's so many more ways to get rendered out of action. Or like you get hit in a tank and your loader's out, your gunner's out, your commander's out, you've lost a track, and then you just have to sit there while you wait for the guy to set off your ammo. Because there's nothing you can do. The other thing is, like, War Thunder, more so than World of Tanks, has a terrible thing with up-tiering. So, like, you're playing a low-level tank trying to grind your way through, but then you get put into a match with tanks from, like, late war. And they just expect you to perform and well enough to carry you through the grind, and it's like, no. And like with War Thunder, you can tell it's being done on purpose. Like, it's being made deliberately unfair so that you'll want to spend cash to level up quicker and skip the grind, because performing well enough to get through the grind without paying money is absolute pain. You have to be like the best of the best at War Thunder. And like, unless you're specifically looking to simulate something, I don't think realism is the way to go. Like, and I love Arma 3 as much as the next guy, but you play Arma because you're trying to simulate the military experience. You're not trying to create a perfectly balanced multiplayer game. And even then, Arma 3 has gamified a lot of its, like, what's available in order to keep it somewhat balanced. In Arma 3, what you have equipped matters a whole lot less than basic things like situational awareness and knowing how to put down a good base of fire. knowing how to coordinate properly with your team. That's what carries you through in Arma 3. War Thunder, it's all about, well, did you buy this little expendable item in the cash shop? No? Oh, well, you can just go fuck yourself then. So yeah, I don't like War Thunder. I played it for a while. I was going through Russian tank, and I suffered through the T-26. The BT tanks, oh my god. The BT tanks were horrendous. If someone so much as sneezes in your general direction, you just explode in a BT. And it's like, oh, well, the speed makes up for it. No, it fucking doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't. Because everyone's so fucking good at aiming now, they will hit you at full tilt, like weaving back and forth. It doesn't matter. You're getting hit. And if they so much as glance at you, your tank explodes. It is suffering incarnate. War Thunder is a game that makes me actively upset when I play it. It's like, okay, I want to try out this tank that I like. It's cool. This should be fun. And then you just instantly get exploded because someone glanced at you. And it happens match after match after match. It's like, alright. One regret about War Thunder is there's no modern game with planes from the post-World War II era. If there was, I would drop it in a second. I mean, DCS World. Hop into DCS World. It's better. There's also the Falcon series of games by Microprose. So if you want to learn how to fly an F-16, just be aware, those are games where you basically need to know how to fly an F-16 for real in order to do anything. It takes a lot of practice. I agree. World War I aviation doesn't get enough love. IL-2 Sturmovik does have World War I DLC, but it's really fucking expensive. I think DCS could do with some more warbirds. They've got some World War II planes that you can use, like the BF-109, the Supermarine Spitfire, and the P-51 Mustang. The Yak-52. But yeah, for the most part, I think they added the Mosquito as well. For the most part, where DCS really excels is Cold War, though they do have some more modern era stuff. It doesn't get to like present day level with like ASA radars or anything like that, but they do have up until like the 1980s type of stuff, which is pretty fun. DCS looks daunting. It does, but the thing is, it's not as bad as you'd think. It takes work, it takes practice, and it takes patience, but it's not as bad as you'd think. It depends on what you start with. A lot of people, I recommend their first plane be the F-18 Hornet. It's a very easy plane to get the hang of in terms of flying. It's got fly-by-wire to help you keep control of it. It has very robust landing gear, so Your landings don't have to be absolutely perfect every time. It's very versatile. It can do ground attack. It can do air-to-air. It's got decent kinematic performance. And it's carrier capable, so if you want to learn how to do carrier ops, it's got that as well. Since DCS is kind of an expensive game, it's a bit of an investment, I recommend people try out the F-18. My first plane in DCS was the Tomcat, which might have been a mistake, because the Tomcat is a very complicated beast. I'll have to show you what I mean at some point. The Tomcat is a complicated beast. But not all the planes are all that complicated. The AJS-37 Viggen, for example, is fairly basic. It's very easy to do things in once you know the basics. A few basic little things to memorize, and then the Viggen is very easy. The MiG-28. The F-5 is in the game. I'm not a huge fan of it. I have it. It's kind of neat, but flying that thing feels like you're flying a rocket that's on the verge of spiraling out of control. It's a bit of a bear, and it's not all that capable. So I'm not a huge fan of the F-5. They are going to be adding the F-4 this year. So I am definitely looking forward to that. At some point soon, the F-4 Phantom 2 is coming out. That should be pretty cool. I think the reason I don't show DCS is I had to play it in VR, and I wouldn't be able to see the chat with my headset on. I'd have to have Mrs. Mage come out and read for me. Oh, the stuff I can get away with in a Viper. I love the air brakes on the Viper, just little tiny wedges on the tail. It's so silly. Wimpy little air brakes. I mean, the Tomcats aren't that much better. The Hornet, like, the entire panel comes up off the back. My favorite jet, like I said before, it's the F-14. I love the Tomcat. It's a bear to learn how to use in DCS. It's very complicated. It's analog. There's almost nothing on it is automatic. You got to know what you're doing with the Tomcat. But it's a very rewarding one. It's very capable. And when you get a human in your backseat running the radar, it's actually really great. What do you think about the Tortuga Dominions as a faction? I don't know enough about them. I couldn't tell you. Oh yeah, DCS is also getting the Strike Eagle soon. F-15E. That'll be really cool. We've been stuck with the F-15C for a long time, which isn't even a full fidelity module. It's one of the more simplified ones from the early days of DCS. But we're finally getting the Strike Eagle. enjoyed the Top Gun film. I did. I made a whole review on it that nobody watched. Yep, Top Gun Maverick was a really good movie. I enjoyed it a great deal. It was what I call... It was a very competent film. When it comes to somebody who's a nerd about airplanes, I give it a 7 out of 10 for realism. It is what I call close enough for Hollywood. Close enough to show you that they did their research while still having enough Hollywoodisms to make it exciting. I didn't have any spoilers in my review, I don't think. Made a point of avoiding them. Faction that pisses off both the Federated Sons and the Torians at the same time. I mean, that sounds cool, I guess. Well, when I make a review, Kitty, you better fucking watch it, let me tell you. Don't let it happen again. No, it won't happen again. I'm never reviewing a movie again on my channel. I learned my lesson. Clearly the audience does not want that, so we won't be doing that again. Nope, anytime I try to step out of the Battletech lane, I get shoved right back into it. Only Battletech. Nothing else is allowed. I can't like anything else. Only Battletech. All the time. I am pretty happy for Tex, though. Tex is finally branching out from Battletech. He's going to be covering, like, actual history. That's going to be really cool. I'm going to enjoy watching that. Had a good old laugh at the Green Hornet review. Oh yeah, I tried to make Green Hornet content a thing on the channel. Oh lord, that was a mistake as well. Nobody likes the Green Hornet. I have made many mistakes with this channel. You and Tech's collaboration would be amazing. It would be. The dude's a busy guy, though. He's a busy guy with a lot of projects in the works. I'd love to work with him on something. Even just, like, stream a game with him at some point, but I'm still kind of a small fish in the pond, so... You know, he's got more important people to collab with at the moment, and that's fine. I do chat with him, though, fairly regularly. We're on Discord. We send messages back and forth. I send him some memes every now and then. Occasionally we chat about various topics. We've had an interesting one today, actually. I was talking about part of my plan for the Zeus video. I'm going to be addressing the myth of the Steiner Scout Lance and the Social Generals that people assume is all that House Steiner is. And a big part of that is actually comparing the paid commission system to its historical counterparts and how they actually worked. Which seems to be something that even Tex isn't super familiar with. So I got to talk to him about that a little bit. Long story short, buying your commission isn't actually any sort of indicator as to the quality of your command, especially with how that system actually worked back in the day. It wasn't a case of, oh, I wish to command troops, so I'm going to go to whoever's in charge of the army and give him a big sum of money and he will let me have a whole regiment of troops under my command. That's not how it works. When you buy your commission, first of all, you have to have good standing yourself, a good reputation, but more than that, you also need to have a patron sponsor you, essentially, to the commander-in-chief. Someone of good, reputable standing that the commander-in-chief trusts to get him good officers will have to endorse you. And there are certain things you can do that make that easier, like attending a military academy and actually learning your shit. And then when you finally get your commission, you're given the lowest rank commission that there is. And you have to work your way up from there. And it's all based on a seniority system. On top of that, there's some additional things. Like, you have your commission is like a financial asset. You buy it, but you can also sell it. And that's kind of how you move up. You have to have had your commission for a certain amount of time before you can sell it. But you sell it in order to be able to afford purchasing the next commission up. So it's part of your savings. But on top of that, you need to save a good chunk of your salary to be able to afford the next commission up. So you sell your commission to somebody who's looking to advance from below you, which will go to the person below you with the highest amount of seniority. They have first right of refusal, so you have to offer it to them before you can offer it to other people. So even if you're looking to advance, you have to wait for an opening to even be there in the first place, which can take ages, which means that you're getting more experience doing your particular job. So the whole system is really intended to kind of keep the weed out from the chaff and make sure that you're actually serious about being in the military. The thing about like Steiner and how like the British Army did it as well, but how it actually works is that your commission is an incentive to perform well. The better you perform, the more you can advance, the more financial benefit you gain. In a society like the Lyran Commonwealth, which is highly capitalist, that's a very strong incentive. Most wealthy officers are wealthy because they're officers, not vice versa. They didn't start out rich, buy a commission, and suddenly become officers. They were officers that were decently well off and have worked their way into being wealthy. Now, that doesn't always mean that they're good commanders, but it does mean that they've established themselves through military service. So, but, I mean, I'm not saying that the corruption doesn't happen, where, you know, a guy buys his commission, like, or there's nepotism involved, where somebody gets a commission above what they deserve and buys their way into command. It does happen, but it's nowhere near as common as you would think. No, you and Razorfist talk though, right? Or doing some of his content. I hop into his streams every now and again. We don't talk directly. He doesn't have any of his messages open. I haven't actually ever spoken to him one-on-one. So, no, we don't really talk, but I do occasionally pop up in some of his live streams and ask some questions here and there. He has recommended my channel a few times, which is cool. But yeah, the whole idea about Steiner being incompetent is largely fictional. And I'm going to address a lot of that in my Zeus review. Where the Steiner Scout Lance meme actually comes from. A lot of people say it's because their social generals are inept and they throw assault mechs at problems rather than strategizing. That does happen on rare occasions. Where it really comes from, though, is the fact that the Zeus is such a solid all-rounder mech that it tends to get used a lot. And so they tend to have large forces with assault mechs. They aren't Atlases, they're Zeuses. It's their workhorse. Now, it doesn't always work, and sometimes they lose anyway, but it's not because they're outright incompetent, or because they think that assault mechs are the solution for every problem. You know, there are incompetent commanders in every military out there. And there's corruption in every single military out there. So it's not really fair to look at Steiner and act like they're in some sort of unique position of incompetent military. Even the writers of Battletech, especially lately, have seemed to kind of dunk on them. Like in Tamar Rising, there's a whole mention of like the social generals and the ineptitude of the Lyran Commonwealth Armed Forces. They're not supposed to be inept. They're supposed to be, you know, capitalistic and old-fashioned, but they're not inept. They're quite effective. They've had a lot of success. I mean, fuck, it was a Steiner that beat the clans. Anastasius Vogt is a Steiner. And Tharkad Military Academy is one of the most respected institutions in the Inner Sphere. And some of the best commanders in the history of the Inner Sphere have been Lyran. So it just doesn't hold water, this idea that they're incompetent. Or the Steiner Scoutlands. That's a meme that I hate, to be honest. The best jokes are the ones that are based on truth, at least in part. But the Steiner Scoutlands has no basis in reality whatsoever. They don't behave that way. And it extends beyond that. Like, I posted a picture on Twitter where I talked about, you know, Merry Christmas and all this other stuff. And the picture is of like a banshee pulling a sled with troops in it across an Arctic surface, which is kind of a neat image. I don't think it's something that would actually happen, but it's a neat piece of fan art. And like one of the first comments I get in reply is someone being like, "Oh, do you think that Steiner nobles ride around in sleighs pulled by atlases?" And it's like, that is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. No, their sleighs are pulled by horses like anyone else. God, there is more to Steiner than assault mechs, and the assault mech thing is barely even part of them to begin with. Yes. That's an issue, Jimmy, that a lot of people have had with Steiner commanders. It's that a lot of their victories have actually come from people in the Inner Sphere assuming that they're a paper general. Like, they bought their commission. How good could they be? You know, daddy's money got them into command. What they fail to understand is that that's not how it works. Steiner actually tends to get pretty good commanders most of the time, and underestimating a Steiner commander has led to many defeats for the other great houses. And underestimate the Lyran Commonwealth at your own peril. They will surprise you. Because they're not actually stupid. They know what they're doing. They've been at this game for centuries. But again, I think even the writers have forgotten this. They've kind of bought into the meme themselves. They helped to create it, for one. But there's kind of like... I think it shows a misunderstanding of how the system worked historically, where they tend to be like, oh yes, well, officers in real Earth history who bought their commissions were always terrible and incompetent and lazy, you know, lords who didn't actually know what they were doing. But they don't actually understand the real history behind what Steiner's based on. And so they write it differently in the more modern works. But Arctarian makes a great point with the Commando. Yeah, the Steiner invented the scout mech. The whole idea of a light mech is Lyran. The first ever light mech, the Commando, was a Steiner invention. These guys know how warfare works. And no, Jason, they don't actually throw munitions at the problem to make it go away. They sit down and they strategize, they think their way through things. They have more munitions to throw at things. They can afford to do that. But that's not how they solve problems. Like, oh, we'll just throw heavy stuff at it until it stops being an issue. Because, you know, the pockets of the Lyran Commonwealth are not bottomless. It's still expensive to wage a war. You need to prove that you're able to use those resources efficiently. It is much more than just, we have a lot of money and a lot of resources, so we'll just throw it out there. No, like, it still takes time and money to replace that stuff. There's no call to be wasteful with it. Now, if they can have a definite numbers advantage, then sure, they're going to go for that. But it's not going to be their whole strategy, because that's a foolish way of waging war, and they know that. There hasn't been a competent Steiner since Adam. Well, yeah, that's part of the problem. Again, that's the stuff that's been written more recently. You know, post-Clan Invasion, the writers gave Steiner a massive stupid pill. I mean, don't even get me started on Trillian. What the fuck is up with Trillian? She is such a joke. She is an actual canonized version of the Steiner meme. And I feel like the current writers have just kind of bought into the memes more so than they have, you know, they're more interested in fulfilling the meme than they are in actually making the lore make sense or be consistent with what came before. The historical parallel that Battletech often has that we find so compelling is part of what's missing from the current eras of Battletech. They've gotten rid of most of that, and they've gone into meme territory and fantasy fulfillment territory. Basically everything to do with Clan Wolf is all wish fulfillment. And, you know, I don't like to point fingers, but I think Blaine Pardo is partially to blame for it. You know, I read Hour of the Wolf, and it outright pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie. That book was a disaster. The whole Ill Clan era is such a disaster. And he's been such a big part of creating it. And, you know, I love the guy and I love his work. But, goddamn, Ill Clan is a mess. It's coming off the heels of an even bigger mess, arguably. But, it's a mess. Katrina be looking at the Lyrans now as a ghost and wondering what the hell just happened. The actual Katrina. Yeah, I know, exactly. Katrina Steiner was a fucking genius. And Melissa Steiner was wonderful. Like, she wasn't a brilliant military strategist, but she was a fantastic leader of her people. And that's like, Steiner just doesn't have that now. Steiner is a joke faction. They've gone from a serious successor state to just being a joke. They are the butt of jokes now. It's what... And I feel like that's the case for a lot of the factions now. They're all jokes to these people who run the show. More so than they are, like, actual groups of people that we've been invested in. I think we've lost a lot of what made Battletech so fun with these recent eras. And yeah, like, the new tech is kind of cool, and it's nice to see the Republic of the Sphere go away. But at what cost? Is it really better? Really? Or is it just treading water? I feel like it's treading water. The Davians didn't steal the Smort. They're struggling as well. Fucking Kurita's been eating their lunch for a long time. I mean, fuck, dude. Clan Wolf is the only faction that seems to be doing well at the moment, outside of Kurita. Kurita and Clan Wolf, that's about it. Yes, 40k had much the same problem with its memes. If you meme something enough, and some people don't understand about the impact of memes. Memes are fun. I like to shitpost as much as the next guy. But when that becomes the most popular thing about your setting, the company that runs it is going to notice. And they're going to think that that's what you want. That's what you enjoy about the setting. Memes with very little truth to them that are just a funny joke are taken seriously by the people who run the show. And it's only a matter of time before the meme becomes reality, because that's how they look for, that's where they're looking for feedback. I think that's the reason why 40k and Battletech are kind of falling apart. The memes have become the lore. But honestly, I think modern Battletech is a lost cause. I think Battletech is best played in small local groups or small online communities, and that the current product should be ignored. I don't think that it's high quality enough. And if that people say that Battletech will die if you don't support CGL, well, that's ridiculous, because Battletech has survived, 3 different companies owning it? There's decades worth of material that's already out there. A good chunk of it's just straight up available for free. You can just go out and find it, or somebody can give you a PDF. You know, that's how we've been surviving with Battletech for so long. And it's, there's like this, I'm working on a video about this as well. There's this myth about the mainstream and why things need mainstream appeal. They need the widest possible audience in order to stay viable and healthy. And I just think that that's completely untrue. I think that there's a lot more value to be found in a smaller, tighter community than there ever is in a massive one. And I have several examples that I plan to go through. I'm working on a whole video about this. The closest thing I compare it to is Tex's video on mods. It's kind of that sort of from the heart kind of thing, which is why it's taking so long to write the script. It's very difficult. I talk about a lot of things that I did when I was younger, communities that I was a part of, things that I enjoyed. Eventually, I'll tie it all into Battletech. I don't even know if it's going to make sense when it comes out, to be honest. I'm just kind of shooting from the hip and saying what's on my mind and in my heart, but you know, it's tough to work on a project like that. And Tex has been a big help, actually, with encouraging me to go ahead with it and to try my best and just put it out there and see what happens. He's been encouraging me to do that. So anyway, back to the chat. Imperial Guard is the best example. Why does the urban mech still kind of sort of suck? Well, because that's part of the meme. The meme is that the urban mech isn't great. If the urban mech was great, you know, nobody would. But then again, it's overrepresented in a lot of the media, isn't it? The urban mech is a marketing gimmick now. For the Kickstarter, they had plushies, they had little minis of urban mechs. It's become the face of Battletech now for a lot of people. All about the Urbi. The whole joke about the Urbi is that it sucks. It's a piece of shit mech that is no good. And yet we've all got one. You know, we all got the new CGL mini of the urban mech. You know, you got the urban mech LAM, plushy Urbis. You play MechWarrior 5. What is the most common mech that you run into? It's the urban mech. It's fucking everywhere. Everyone's got urban mechs, which, you know, you're running into them in the same armed forces that are deploying fucking Centurions and Phoenix Hawks griffins, like actually good, competent battle mechs, but they're also throwing urban mechs at you. Like, an urban mech is what you use when you don't have access to the good stuff. It's the whole point of the urban mech. It's not something you see in frontline service, and yet MechWarrior 5, where you're always seeing it. You see it a lot in HBS as well, far more than you should. It's overrepresented. So already, the meme of the urban mech is rapidly becoming the reality. We've memed on it so much, new players come in, and they all want to have one because it's the popular thing. You know, it's something I tried to address in my video on it a little bit. It's just a shitty mech at the end of the day. There's just not a whole lot of reason to fall in love with it outside of it being crap. But the meme now, a lot of people are convinced that it's not crap because we meme on it so much, we all love it so much. There must be something good about it. And so it gets overrepresented. Like, even at their intended role, the urban mech isn't great. The AC-20 variant that everyone crows about is one of the least common variants. And yeah, having one of those pop up in your rear arc in a city will probably make you shit your pants for a second until you turn around. But that you're still going to kill it. And you'll probably be fine. Because it's an urban mech. And it's a piece of shit. The urban mech isn't that great in an urban environment because all you have to do to get away from an urban mech is walk around the corner. Just walk in any direction and you will demolish it. Like, you can escape an urban mech easily. It can't catch you. Seeing BJ1s being deployed in 3050 plus always confuses me. I mean, it depends. But yeah, that's more a case of just how the balancing in MechWarrior 5 works. But the urban mech in particular is one that they seem to throw at you just because funny. Haha, meme mech. It is funny. And that really does seem to be the extent of the thought that's put into it. Yeah. Yeah, no one desperate even used Urbies. Yeah, you have... The urban mech is used by security forces who are expecting to run into people on foot. Or maybe some armored vehicles. Some, like, lighter armored vehicles. It is not used by any military for any serious military use. It is entirely a security machine for when people are getting upset and you need something with a gun on it. Or you have literally nothing else to fight with. It's kind of like the chameleon. If it's in frontline service, it's a good sign that you should have already surrendered by now. Yeah, exactly. It's like for very light armored vehicles, you might be able to take it down in an urban mech. Lightly armored and slow vehicles. But let's be real, it's meant to stand in one spot and guard like a building or something. Or to control a riot. But yeah, nobody who actually runs a military organization in the Inner Sphere will deploy it. And that's just one example. The meme becomes reality. That's where the companies look. That's what they think you want in your lore. So, I'm not saying you shouldn't share the memes or make the memes. The memes are fun. I do it too. But, part of the problem with the modern way of running these companies is that they look at memes and decide that that's how they want to run it. And really, memes are one of the worst ways possible to figure out what you should do. Honestly, I believe that if Battletech stopped being produced entirely tomorrow, it would be the best thing that happened for both the game, the lore, and the community. I know it's a hot take, and I'm gonna talk about that some in the video that I'm making. But honest to God, I think that if Battletech reverted back to being this kind of niche thing that only a few people knew about, that didn't have a ton of mainstream appeal, that occasionally got something really good made by a very passionate community, it would be awesome. I mean, imagine if nobody even held the rights to Battletech, right? Imagine if you have Battletech as abandonware, and the community is just allowed to go nuts with it and make whatever they want. It was a big property for a while, and now, somebody like DC Bruins could make his Mech Warrior animation without having to worry about licensing. He could just do that. Yeah, it was part of the reason why he has that beautiful trailer from several years ago. I forget what it was called, but you've all seen it. We all share GIFs from that animation that he made. It's so fucking good, and he wanted to make it a full series, but it fell through because he couldn't get a license for that sort of thing because it required investment, and the company that owned it wouldn't give him the go-ahead. So we don't have it. We have one trailer and a beautiful glimpse into what might have been. Thank you, H. Bison. That was a very, very difficult project, making that audiobook, but I did enjoy it in the end, and I'm very pleased with how well it's done. And I think the end result is pretty good. Guys making hired steel. Yeah, I don't want to sound mean. I don't see a lot of potential in hired steel. The voice acting isn't great. The story, if you can even say it has one, is virtually non-existent, very basic, and we wait an entire year to get 5 minutes of footage. It's really cool that they're working on it, and I wish them all the best, but in the way that it's currently being presented, I'd be lying if I said that I found it particularly impressive. It needs more. It really does. Because, how long was it between part 1 and part 2 of Hired Steel? It was a really long time, and it was only a couple minutes of footage each time. Very, very basic footage. What's been done? They shot a Locust in the first one, and then blew up a couple tanks in the second. And that's it. So, yeah, over a year. And again, I don't want to sound mean because I know it takes a lot of work. I know that they put a lot of effort into it. There's a lot of love and passion on display. It's just not particularly high quality. There just isn't anything to it. It looks flashy, but I find DC Bruins' work more impressive. And honestly, that's what I'd like to see. Something made in that particular animated style that he has. God, if I could do anything and have my dream ultimately fulfilled, it would be to make Twist of the Knife as an animated series in his style. That would be like ultimate dream come true scenario. But like I was saying, you know, we don't have the license. We don't own it. We don't have the ability to make these projects. These fan projects fall through. And like, we have more willingness to do the work free of charge in a lot of cases and make these projects. We have more willingness to do that than the company that owns it. We want to make these things for them. Free advertising, basically, but because of all these licensing things, it can't get done. And so if Battletech ceased to be a property tomorrow and became something that was only owned by the people who had this love for it, obviously it would never have gotten created without the licensing and without, you know, the ability for the creators to turn a profit on it. It never would have been made in the first place, and that's great. But when the powers that be are doing virtually nothing worthwhile with a property, and the only people who want to make something good is the community that's put so much time and work into it, at some point, it would be nice if the community could just have access to it and be allowed to make what they're trying to make. Yes, Arcturian, the one with the FRR Hunchback. It was like MechWarrior Rising or something. I cannot remember the title off the top of my head, and it's bugging me. Somebody needs to find what that animation is called. Post a link to it in the chat. Let people go and watch it if they haven't already. Like, it's fucking baller, dude. But yeah, honest to God, if Battletech stopped being a publicly traded entity, wasn't owned by anybody anymore, it had had its time in the sun, and, you know, the people who had created it had made their money on it, everything like that. If that had happened, I think that it would be great for the property as a whole. You know, we wouldn't have to worry about what the current thing is. It would just be you, the people who are also passionate about it. It wouldn't get, you know, swarmed by mainstream people who are trying to get the company to change it. Nobody would be able to change it. It would just be what it's always been, what people love about it. Yeah. Like, I know Razer put out a whole video about licensing and why it's important and why the public domain is terrible. I don't think that the public domain as a whole is a bad thing. I think at some point, I don't think that it should be legally enforced. I think it should be an option for people to put their things into public domain if they decide that they want to give it to the public. Obviously, legally, using the legal system to take someone's work away from them is really shitty and shouldn't be done. And like, I'm talking, you know, little kid dream talk here in what I'd like to see happen with Battletech. Obviously, there's no good legal, moral way to make that happen. But at the same time, if Battletech died, like full on died, and nobody was making the product, the licenses all expired, nobody bothered checking up on the IP anymore, and nobody was making money off of it anymore, I think Battletech would be better off as a whole, and the Battletech community would be a better place. So I'm not saying, I don't have a solution here where I'm saying that this is how public domain should work or how licensing should work. I can't speak to that at all. It's just it's just a childlike little dream. Let's all join hands and sing Kumbaya type of thing. I guess. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. John Lennon's Imagine type shit. I get that it's something that makes no sense and isn't possible. But I think at the same time, it's worth taking a look at Battletech as it is and realizing that supporting the company that makes it is not essential for Battletech to still be around. Your online communities where people love Battletech would be just as vibrant, if not more so, without somebody making stuff for it. So, like, don't get caught up in the idea that I see online a lot where people say, you have to support Catalyst, otherwise the franchise will go dormant again and we won't have it. Well, no, we'll still have it. It's still there. It's not going anywhere. The product will still be out there. And God knows these days there's tons of people making fan content for it. The 3D printing scene for Battletech is huge. And it has been huge for a long time, and it's gotten bigger. See, I disagree with that, Jaffa. I don't think that they would never relinquish Battletech. I think if it stopped making the money, they might get to the point where they discontinue it, and maybe they wouldn't sell it off, but they might just sit on it and then never bother doing anything with it because it's not making the money. That's how businesses work. If something isn't making you money, you stop investing in it. You stop putting your resources into producing it. And then you sit on it until someone offers you a good sum of money for it, for the license, or to buy the rights off of you. So there's no need to go out and buy the latest Kickstarter. Like, I mean, if you want to buy it, that's entirely up to you. You can go and spend your money on whatever you want to spend it on. That's all well and good. But don't do it because you think that it's necessary to keep Battletech alive, because it just isn't. Battletech as a community, as a game, as something that people enjoy, isn't going anywhere. No matter what happens to it, it's not going anywhere. I mean, fuck. It survived the fucking Dark Age shit. It can survive anything. It's been on hiatus before. Now, Jaffa, I don't know if I buy the ESG thing. I'm gonna be brutally honest. That's one video that Razer made that I don't fully agree with. Is it something that's affected a lot of companies? Sure. But Tops, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think that it's more a case of... Because, Battletech is only kind of gone woke, really. There hasn't been that much in it. There was a vocal community kicking up a fuss, and Tops and Catalyst caved. And yes, Bishop Steiner is a raging leftist and all-around asshole. But, ESG is... I like a good conspiracy theory as much as the next guy, but that one is a little bit too far for my logic centers. It seems like a lot of work for no real benefit. So, I maybe it's happening with some companies. I don't think that applies. If it is a thing, I don't think it applies to Catalyst. The thing is, for Tops and Catalyst, Battletech is a secondary property. You got to remember, these are the guys... Topps makes all their money from baseball cards. And I know that they recently lost that bit, like their monopoly on it that they've had for so long. But let's be real, baseball cards is where Topps has always made their money. And they also branch out into board games and things like that. But the big thing has always been baseball cards. Catalyst makes more things than Battletech. I mean, they've got fucking Shadowrun. Granted, Shadowrun has been going woke. But, you know, that's all the tabletop RPGs are doing that. Battletech has been one of the ones that's actually been some of the least woke. For what we've had, compared to what other settings have been going through with the woke stuff, what we've had here in Battletech has been really fucking lame. Tame, rather. I realize that it cost Blaine his job. That's really terrible. But in terms of the actual content that gets put out, it's been fairly tame. We've had a tank's name get changed. And we've had some mentions about trying to have more positive Asian representation, which, whatever. But that's about the extent of it. Then there was caving to the mob when it comes to Blaine, but that's not as much a case of the company being woke as just getting scared of the mob and caving into pressure. Being cowardly, essentially. MechForce communities do a fair bit to carry Battletech through its droughts. Well, yeah, like, the community has always been what keeps Battletech alive. Even now, Battletech isn't huge. It's still kind of a niche thing. You know, you go to a lot of game stores now that still don't carry it. Now, in my area, there's a ton of game stores that don't carry Battletech, even after the several waves of product and how well they've sold. The Battletech stuff is selling really well to a core audience who's always played it. And there are new players coming in from 40K. But it's still a lot smaller than any of the other tabletop properties. It's not mainstream, and I think that it's best if it stays that way. You notice the closer we get to the mainstream, the more, cringe bullshit gets thrown into Battletech. The more it starts to resemble the shit that's going on in 40K. I think at some point, it's possible, with a property like this, it is still possible to vote with your wallet. And even if it's not, I mean, again, it's in a uniquely advantageous position as opposed to other tabletop properties where it's been around for so much longer under other companies and has a community that's already used to not having support from a big production company. We don't have to worry at all about what Catalyst does or doesn't do. The best thing to do is to just ignore it and enjoy Battletech as it is. As it's always been. Like, there's no cause whatsoever to assume that you have to support Catalyst in order to keep Battletech alive. Battletech will be alive long after Catalyst crumbles to dust. Because it's, for so long before Catalyst came along and touched it, it was kept alive purely by its community. And that community isn't going to abandon it just because Catalyst stops making minis. Or, if they find they don't like it anymore, they're not going to just say, well, I'm not playing Battletech anymore. No, they're going to be like, I'm going to play Battletech the way I used to play it before Catalyst got it. So, it also doesn't have Warhammer really went hardcore into a competitive mindset with official sponsored tournaments with real cash prizes. It went big into that. Battletech isn't really that way. There was a time where they had some of that stuff. But chasing the meta of the game and the ever-shifting balancing that 40k suffers from, where the game requires constant updates, isn't really something that Battletech has ever had. And so, that's another advantage that Battletech has, where you don't have to worry about official rules from the powers that be in order to make it suitable for tournament play or competitive play, because Battletech is just what it is. So, when Games Workshop, that's the word I'm looking for, when they come along and say, you can't use proxy models in the tournaments, and then people just kind of take that to mean you can't use proxy models at all and start buying the product more, or your army has to be painted in order to play, and they start excluding people from official events based on that sort of thing. And it makes the hobby more difficult to enjoy. Battletech doesn't have that, because it is whatever you want it to be. You want if you don't like a rule, you ignore it. Like, I've played a lot of games with my friends where we do away with through armor criticals because we think that they're stupid. You shouldn't be able to one-shot a mech on turn 1 with a small laser. That's silly. Or we'll modify it. Be like, okay, you have to roll an extra 6 in order for it to be, a fatal crit shot. But you can do that more easily in Battletech than in something like 40k, because it's designed with that in mind. It's a lot easier to change it. And that's just another indication of how little control Catalyst actually has over how the game is played, or whether or not it gets played at all. They have no control over that. We have always controlled that. So, but yeah, Pointman Frosty makes an excellent point. Battletech has survived 3 companies that went under. And yeah, some big stores are carrying Battletech at the moment. My Barnes & Noble has a couple of the box sets there. But I'm talking like the brick and mortar local game stores. Like, you know what they carry? They carry Magic the Gathering, they carry Dungeons & Dragons, Pokemon, and, a selection of board games. And Warhammer 40k, obviously. Some of them have War Machine, some of them have Star Wars Legion or X-Wing, Song of Ice and Fire, Black Powder, your typical war game stuff. Bolt Action's another really big one. My local store only recently started carrying Battletech, and they carry it in such small supply, and they put it in a corner in the back of the store that nobody sees. There's another one in my area that straight up doesn't carry it at all, because they don't think that they turn a profit on it. So, a lot of Pathfinder books, yeah. One thing I've noticed, I've actually, in a bunch of my areas around here, I found some old AD&D books. Like, original AD&D books. And those are really cool. Oops. I crashed. I thought I could make that turn. Not quite. Alright, we'll pick another map. We'll stream a little more. I'm enjoying talking with you guys. Let's go... I don't remember what mission this was. We'll just fly around in this for a while. Oh, I can buy this thing now. Yes, please. Ooh. Ooh. Ugh. Ooh. There we go. I'll give it the limiter. So yeah, don't let anyone tell you how you should be spending your money. Because I see it a lot. If we don't support CGL, Battletech will die. That's a lie. I've heard good things about A Song of Ice and Fire tabletop. I haven't read the books. I never watched Game of Thrones, so I don't give much of a shit about Westeros. It's whatever. That was cool. Yeah, honestly, I hope that Battletech avoids the mainstream. Even more so than it already has. I think that is what will kill Battletech. Because that's what's going to drive the core audience away. They'll get to the point where it's changed so much and the community becomes filled with people who don't actually care about it all that much. It was just a popular thing that they jumped into. They'll drive the core community away. I think that is what will kill Battletech more so than choosing whether or not to give your money to Catalyst. If you make the community around something so incredibly insufferably cringe, eventually even the hardcore fans will have enough and they'll be like, well, this is what the community is now. I don't want to be a part of it. I mean, fuck, that's what happened to 40K. 40K, when it started out, it's been around for a long time as well, and it had a long history, very dedicated community. But it got to a point where even the core players were like, hey, I don't want to be part of this community anymore. All anyone ever does is argue about female space marines. Yeah, it happened. Yeah, that's the reason I don't engage with Star Wars either. I was a big-time Star Wars fan for years. I was neck deep in the lore, the expanded universe, everything else. I had lightsabers and all the other stuff. Because back then, like, Star Wars was really popular, but it was still seen as kind of like a nerd thing, right? People who like Star Wars were kind of laughed at by society at large because it was nerd stuff. And then it became trendy to be a nerd out of nowhere. And now everybody loves Star Wars, and then Disney gets hold of it, and the community has become bigger, and you get all these new fans coming in, people who've never liked Star Wars before, who have no idea what Star Wars is or about. And they decide that they're going to lecture you on what should or should not be enjoyed about it. It gets tiresome. And yeah, I eventually abandoned it. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. I have a railgun, I guess. Anyway, yeah, I think mainstream is the worst thing that can happen to a property that has a passionate community. Because you get people who aren't passionate joining the community. You get people who just casually like it, and then they rapidly outnumber the people who've spent so much time in it. These communities are much better when they're small. That's kind of what my upcoming video is going to be about. I hope I can communicate some of these ideas clearly. I've got examples of smaller communities and why I loved them when they were small. The type of things that only happen in small communities that aren't super mainstream. We're up on Stargate, which has mercifully been spared most of the woke insanity. There have been low points, but the main series thankfully never crossed that line. Yeah, Stargate is kind of a series that just kind of stopped one day. I mean, I've heard rumblings of bringing it back, but I don't know if any of that's official or not. There's an extra in 2 episodes of SG-1. Oh shit, dude. That's fucking cool. I watched a little bit of SG-1. It wasn't my favorite thing. There's a lot of... Especially coming after the movie. I actually really like the Stargate movie. And like the show is meant to take place after the events of the movie. Well, such a huge part of that movie is the linguistic angle and learning, what language these people speak and how to communicate with them. It's a big part of that movie. And then in like every episode of the show, they just go to a place and everyone speaks English. Like modern day English. And it's always humans. There's very rarely is there any sort of like actual alien sci-fi element to it. It's very... It's very repetitive. Like you can tell it was done on a lower budget. So, because it's always humans. They all speak English. They're having a very basic problem. And it plays out like an episode of Star Trek. And then away you go. And I lost interest in it fairly quickly. Not that it wasn't good or I didn't like the characters, because I did. I thought they were all awesome. The writing overall was pretty solid. But just, I didn't get into it. I'm going to shoot the railgun. That's fucking cool. Is FN trying to advertise the P90? That and the MP5. Heckler and Koch with their MP5. I think it's the MP5 that gets the treatment for this is the weapon of war. It is meant to kill your enemy. It might have been the P90, but I thought it was the MP5. You might have told me the story, Jason, but I don't remember it. That's pretty cool. But when it comes to sci-fi, nothing tops Star Trek Next Gen for me. That's just as good as it gets. I know a lot of people prefer Deep Space Nine, but they are cringe and wrong. And Picard is the best captain. And that's just how it is. Oh, I got thrust vectoring. I just now noticed that. Yeah, Star Trek Deep Space Nine is a great show for people who hate Star Trek. Which I find every time I talk to a Deep Space Nine fan, I hear the same thing. I don't really like Star Trek, and I don't really like Next Generation, but I really, really like Deep Space Nine. Fuck you. Fuck you in every conceivable hole. It's almost always from people like, nah, Star Trek is too optimistic and it's not realistic and I want it to be this. Well, fuck you. You don't like Star Trek. You're not a Star Trek fan. Don't act like you're a Star Trek fan because you like Deep Space Nine. It was the P90? Oh. Well, that shows what I know. I could have sworn it was the MP5, but... They carried MP5s, didn't they? For a while? Or at points? I cannot like Star Trek and be honest about it. Well, there you go. Yeah, be honest. If Deep Space Nine is your favorite Star Trek, there's a very good chance that you don't actually like Star Trek. Because Deep Space Nine isn't Star Trek. It's a very well written, but far less unique sci-fi show. Because I also like Deep Space Nine. I just don't think it's a very good Star Trek show. It's Star Trek that wants to be something other than Star Trek. Deep Space Nine was a Babylon 5 ripoff. Changed my mind. I haven't watched Babylon 5, so I couldn't tell you. Battletech the musical. Alright, look, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that if the music was good. Make a good musical in Battletech. Les Miserables in space. I mean, hey, Les Miserables is my favorite musical. Deep Space Nine fans are the Clan Wolverine of Star Trek? No. What? No. What does any of what I just said have to do with Clan Wolverine? Are you saying that people who like Clan Wolverine aren't actually clanners? I mean, I guess, if that's the point you're going for. Yeah, I guess I could see that. Fair enough. Now that I think about it, I suppose that would make some sense. They ripped off the Mad Cat in one episode. That doesn't surprise me. Everything's a ripoff of Battletech. We all know this. If Battle of Tukeyed is a musical with the budget of a school play, oh god. I would actually commit Sudoku. The Fall of House Cameron to One Day More. Hey, dude, that would actually be pretty fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie. I would pay to watch that. The thrusters just look like a really lazy set of eyes. It's winking at you. Ah, fuck. We're into Urban Mech memes again. God damn it, you guys. You had one job. Oh boy. Battletech cartoon, Steiner and Nikolai singing the confrontation bit. Honestly, that sounds dope. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds dope. I don't think I'd be able to hit enemy planes with my railgun, to be perfectly honest with you. I'd be willing to bet it just makes it explode. Paul of House Cameron, but is written like Downton Abbey. I wouldn't know. I've never watched Downton Abbey. The only British TV that I bother watching is classic episodes of Doctor Who. I don't watch a lot of Doctor Who either. We. Source of the knife in the musical and the style of War of the Worlds. What the fuck? Alright, guys. Guys, we need to stop this. This is just getting outrageous. You have gone too far! Alright, it's time to face my demons. I'm gonna go back and redo the mission that I rage quit on earlier in this plane. And I'm gonna fucking win. That's what I'm gonna do. And that'll be the end of the stream, I think. Because we've been going for a long time. A lot longer than usual. And it's just been me flying around talking with chat. So, it was definitely fun for tonight. I think when people rewatch this, if anyone does, they will be sorely disappointed. Alright, let's see here.
I see him. I see the mark. The rolls in that crowd. It's that HVT we've been hearing so much about.
Good stuff, Hitman. Operations up and down the fracture are reporting similar successes. Keep hammering them till we pull out.
Dump boosters and the neutralize agent into the point points. We've sent that much. We don't know how long it'll take to get continual production back up.
Unless this fracture clear you have an exclusion zone, as soon as Chiefs with the Federation Committee, begin the process.
Well, nope. No, we can't win. We're still losing. Well, it was worth a try. It was worth a shot. But nope, I still suck at games. Well, have a good night, folks. It was definitely a fun stream, albeit one with far less gameplay than I was hoping for. Thank you all for joining in. I had a good time discussing stuff with you. I hope I wasn't too much of a downer and that we got some positive vibes going. But definitely had a good time. Hope you did too. And until next time, this is Mage Leader, signing off.